Okay.
Checking, check, check. 1, 2, checking the mic. Podium mic. Pretty hot. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. ABC. Check, check, check. Check, check. Yep, check, check. ABC. 1, 2, 3.
Connie, are you on the line right now?
Yes, I am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We were advised to advise you, if you will, during the discussions, if you'll mute your line,
Yes.
please. Thank you.
Also, if you would like to vote for your co-chair, I realized I failed to get the ballot out to those who are not here. How do you want to do that? Do you know who the 4 candidates are?
Real quick.
No,
Okay, Connie.
I haven't heard anything yet.
Okay, we have 4 people, and Christine Gann, Candace Appleton Kuntz, Mike Washington, and
Rebecca Lothringer.
oh, my apologies, Rebecca Lothringer. So if you would like to send an email to us with your vote, that would be great. We will be able to count it in today's election.
Perfect. Thank you. I will do that just as that.
Or you could send it to Margaret or to Melinda, whomever you have I do not have a laptop here,
I'll have
so.
my email
I
up, too.
have my email on.
And I
Oh,
have-
perfect.
Okay, yeah, I can send it to Margaret.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, do you have a ballot? And when she sends it to me, maybe I can complete it for her, or how do you want me to do
I
it?
think,
Are there any
I
extras?
think
on
they
there?
took my extras.
Let me see if there's any over.
This is. Yeah. I put my.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
box over here for submitting it.
Can we get November over with right now?
Yes, if you would like to submit your vote, there's a box on the podium that's very nicely decorated. I hope you recognize that. And if you would fold your ballot and put it in there, we'd appreciate it. And then we'll get a tally very shortly.
Good morning, everyone. I think we're going to go ahead and get started with today's meeting. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Applied Texas meeting. And what we're going to do first is go ahead and go around the room and introduce ourselves and what institution that you're from. I'll go ahead and start. I'm Melinda Carroll, and I am the Senior Director of Enrollment Management and Registrar. I was going to tell you my other title, but I have a new title now, with North Central Texas College.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Margaret Decken, and I'm the Associate Vice President for Enrollment Management at Texas A&M University Corpus Christi. Welcome, everyone. I'm happy to be here as well.
Hi, good morning. Matt Hubbard, South Texas College Vice President of Student Affairs and Enrollment Management.
Hi, Christine Gann, Enrollment Management, Sam Houston State University.
Hello, Pooja Malapati, student representative from University of Texas at Arlington.
Good morning, I'm Drew Cannon, Vice President for Student Success at McLennan Community College.
Good morning, Lisa Hernandez, Assistant Director of Admissions at Angelo State University.
Hi, Melissa Gallion, Director of Admission, Lamar University.
Hi, I'm Sheila Gray. I'm Associate Director of Undergraduate Admissions.
Good morning. My name is Vanessa Maldonado. I'm the Executive Director for Admissions for Texas State Technical College.
Good morning. Todd Fields, a registrar at Collin College.
Hello, Rebecca Lothringer, Executive Director of Admissions at the University of North Texas.
Hello, Mike Washington, Associate Director of Admissions, University of Texas at Austin.
Good morning, Michelle Walker. I'm the Director of Admissions Operations at Texas A&M University.
Tim Brace, I'm with the team housed at UT Austin that writes and maintains the Apply Texas suite of services.
I'm Jane Caldwell with the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and I have two staff members here also. I'd like to have them introduce themselves, if you would. They apparently don't have a microphone, so it's Cami Contreras and Deanna Foos. Thank you. They're the ones who helped make this happen. I wanted to recognize them. Thank you.
Candace is here.
Candace Appleton Kuntz just arrived. Welcome.
And anyone on the phone, if you would like to introduce yourselves?
Hi, this is Connie Garrick at Lone Star College.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all for being here this morning. We do have a full agenda before you. And if you haven't already, there is a ballot within your packet of information. If you haven't already, for the four-year co-chairs, if you can complete that, and then there's a ballot box on the podium. That's one of our items this morning that we will be completing for the day, is the selection of the four-year co-chair.
If I may ask, has everyone here submitted their ballot? Okay. So we have one more to come. Thank you. If you would give it to Cami or put it in the box, and then they will get us a count, and we'll go from there.
You missed the speeches, so you have to just make a speech.
You need to just say Candace hasn't because she was late.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move past the selection since everyone's cast their ballot. Thank you all so much. Now, if everyone, we do have within our packet today the minutes from our last meeting. If everyone will take a few moments to review the minutes, and then we'll discuss any changes and then adopt the minutes.
The changes that we received from the field, number one was from Ms. Malipati or Pooja, and that is that we had indicated on the page one that she was from UT Austin, and it's UT Arlington. The good news is we spelled her name correctly there. The bad news is on your list of committee members, we misspelled her name. So it's a balance. We can get one or the other right. But we will correct a list of members of the committee. There are 2 Ds, and I apologize. You give us too many options there to mess with it. The other changes that we had is that we heard from Tim, and on page 5, where there are notes about presentation on Apply Texas Help Desk activities, we had indicated 0.5% of all users contact the help desk, and it's 3.5. And we're working on it, right. And then the only other thing was that it feels, when you look at it, that there are 2 copies of the agenda for the Speedy Conference, and what we have is the before and after. So that's the reason that you appear to have so much redundancy. Other than that, I did not receive any comments from the field.
Are there any other changes, notable changes? Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve the minutes as presented with the additional changes from the field?
So moved.
You have a second? Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the discussion of the June 16th Speedy EDI Apply Texas workshop, and I believe Michelle Walker will be assisting with the presentation of that and discussion. And there's also a copy in your packet of Michelle's report as well.
Thank you. The Apply Texas Speedy Summer Meeting was held on June 16th at the J.J. Pickles Center here in Austin. It was planned jointly by the TACRO Technology Committee, of whom Richard Jimerson is the chair, and the Apply Texas Summer Meeting Committee, which was from this group. It was Margaret, Melinda, and myself. We had meetings weekly when we got close to the event, and in early May, we began to finalize the agenda and ensure that the program expenses were covered. That was an issue the year before, so we were very careful about trying to make sure that we could cover all expenses. The combined Apply Texas Speedy meeting hosted 179 participants, and we offered updates on the 2016-17 application changes, the upcoming legislative session, and proposed residency changes. There were also concurrent sessions that went on to provide technical and functional information to the group. We were careful to try to provide a technical session anytime we had functional sessions so that those attending from our IT groups would be, their needs would be addressed as well. And during lunch, student information system user groups met informally to share ideas and/or concerns about their systems. We did have one session that didn't meet due to a miscommunication between the presenters and the committee. I believe as a committee, we failed to follow up with this group, and so we'll be very, very careful about that in the future. And in fact, I recommended that in the future, one committee member be assigned to confirm participation for all scheduled sessions. One person thought one person was doing it and the other, and that's how it went. So the total cost of the meeting was $11,596.16, and the total revenue collected was $13,425, netting approximately $1,800. So the final agenda was attached, and the invoice was provided to the TACRO treasurer.
Melissa? And Michelle and everybody. There was one other thing I think that came up. If you remember correctly, the meeting moved a little bit more rapidly than we had anticipated. So we went ahead and had lunch a little bit earlier, and there were a
Correct.
few people who went off-site for lunch and got out of sync with the program. So all I would suggest is that as we set up for next time, that in the program somewhere it be clearly stated that we don't recommend that you go off-site for lunch. If you don't want to participate in the conference lunch, you can go to that cafeteria. But if they do leave, they run the risk of getting out of sync with the program. I think there were just a couple of them who were impacted that way, but that was an unintentional consequence to trying to get finished earlier because it looked like we could.
Thank you.
Also, Michelle, I think there was a suggestion made that one of the committee members always be present during each meeting, just in case the presenter did not show up. I know we had to run to a couple.
Yeah.
Okay.
So noted. Good suggestion.
This was the second such meeting that I had gone to, and I was very impressed. The people are engaged with the presenters and learning from one another, and I congratulate the planners for putting this thing together. It went well.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. And
I was just waiting to make sure the people were finished. I think there's a little, since we've moved the Speedy users group and the Applied Texas users group to one day together, I'm not sure that that we're quite getting it working as smoothly as it could. I don't know, maybe you could talk to Sean also, and some of the people I know that are involved with TACRO that are on your IT staff, Michelle. I have gotten a sense that the people come from the IT aren't as satisfied with what's going on and aren't feeling, I don't know, I don't want to speak for them, but I get a sense that they're not particularly happy with the way it's being done now. Not necessarily they don't want it on one day, but that not enough is there for them, or they're not feeling like the questions that they have or the discussions they want to have are happening. And maybe that is something we could look into. We wanted to bring somebody down from the NSC, but that didn't happen.
Right.
So the presentation was given to somebody else, to give, and that didn't work out very well. And so I don't know that that's necessarily part of what this committee should be involved in, but I think it's something to think about.
I think it's a good point, Tim, and we heard this particularly in, can you hear me? Particularly in one of the sessions, and I can't remember, I just happened to be in a technical forum, maybe it was the transfer forum, but the technical people really spoke out and were not happy and said that they wouldn't be back even. I think we missed a lot with the NSC not being there, and with all of the changes to T-Rex this year and the fact that they weren't there. And then it turned out there was a presenter there, but he didn't realize he was supposed to present or something. He just walked around all day, and we met him at the last minute. And the technical users really suffered this year.
Well, I have to say, we did, as a committee, the IT portion of the conference is the responsibility of the TACRO IT Technical Committee. And so that would be Richard Jimerson and his group. But I will say that we did everything we could to get representation from NSC. They simply were not available. We did everything we could to get T-Rex's participation, and they actually declined to participate at first, and then offered to send their presentation for someone on our group to present, which is, I believe, what we ended up doing. I think Richard presented that, if I recall correctly.
Which is funny because the help desk guy for T-Rex was sitting in.
Right, but they did not volunteer
Right.
or offer any
yeah,
assistance
as
with
a-
the
yeah.
presentation. But I think we'll take this back to Richard and really, maybe Richard was giving too much attention to the overall agenda, and we'll just ask them to poll their people and find out what their IT people need and want, and make sure we support whatever that is, support him in that role.
Agreed, and I mean, absolutely, I do think that's the responsibility of the TACRO IT committee, but we all have to remember that what they do and what they share with our IT staff certainly reflects on everything that we do right now. And I know the T-Rex changes, I believe, were not even available until July, and so now we're suffering through those alone, if you will.
Do you remember his name? George or?
I may have it written down. I'll look.
Okay, I do have it somewhere. If we could, even if it's, I know it's not our responsibility, but maybe if we can invite him next year to present. He seemed a little bit more apt to answer some questions. If he could just do a quick tips and tricks presentation, that way he's at least presenting in front of people in case they want to ask questions.
Yeah.
Even though, I mean, it's a functional side,
Yes.
but
Just as a follow-up to what Michelle said, I just have to stress that, T-Rex actually said they didn't have any updates to share, and they didn't feel that they needed to send anyone.
They didn't at that time in June. They probably really didn't.
Not
because it came
until
out in
July. So maybe this next time,
Okay.
it'll be easier, I think. Is that correct, Michelle? That's exactly
Yeah,
what they
again,
said.
I think that we just need to encourage the TACRO IT group
Yes.
to work, to find out what the needs are, and then to certainly support them in terms of making available the meeting space and whatever it is we can do to support them to get speakers there and presenters there. So.
His name was Doug Tolman, Tolman.
Doug, okay. There was also, for the next year, the Birds of a Feather. That's always a little confusing, especially if it's at lunch, but I think this one got skipped. We were looking for it, banner schools, and that's one of the bigger ones. I don't think there were enough people gathered in the auditorium, so I'm not sure where they were.
Auditorium.
Not at lunch?
Yeah, it was after lunch that we
After
went
lunch?
there.
See-
It wasn't huge. It wasn't like it should have been for Banner, but
Okay.
there were a number of us in there.
Okay.
And remember, next year, this particular conference or meeting will go on between the university summer issues meeting and the community college issues meeting. So some of the issues will be addressed from the standpoint of, I think the NSC, National Student Clearinghouse, does typically attend those two meetings. And so we may have better opportunity to attract some presenters because we have it sandwiched with those two larger meetings. Be a little different.
Do we have, do we use an evaluation form for the conference, for the meeting?
We did not.
Okay.
Not this year. We can certainly send an email to all participants and ask them, what topics they want to have addressed in the next meeting.
Have a sample evaluation form that, for our summer meeting, or that we use.
Yeah, we do for both those, yeah.
One thought on the Birds of a Feather, because I think that is rather confusing during this. If we do have it in between both, this may take away from it, but typically, at least at the, in several years, at the two-year community college issues meeting, we have Birds of a Feather sessions, so I don't know if
It
we
may
can,
not be
in conjunction with both meetings, we could kind of readjust our agenda too. I don't know if people would want to go to two Birds of a Feather within the same, so we may want to work with those groups also whenever we're planning for this next year also.
Right,
Maybe.
right.
Is there a floor plan of where the groups are supposed to meet, or is it just wherever people gather? Well, I guess the question is, could we establish a floor plan saying, over here in this corner will be this, and over here?
Certainly can, I think. There have been occasions when we've put
Things on the table.
banners on the table to tell them where to sit. And I don't know that we did that this year. Again, there was.
I think we assigned rooms this year, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
I'm looking, because the
Yeah,
banner.
that's right.
Banner was in the auditorium and.
That's
big
right, we
text
did.
and-
Oh, okay.
Maybe
We
it's
assigned
because
her.
the time frame got moved.
Yeah, maybe,
okay.
that may be it.
Okay.
That
Oh, but
really may be it.
the time frame moved during lunch.
Yeah.
It didn't move before lunch. We started lunch on time, and then during lunch, people were finishing and starting to wander around, and so we
Yeah.
cut lunch short.
Right.
So they
But we
were,
didn't tell them because we couldn't tell them.
right, we went from place to place, and I made an announcement out in the big cafeteria. I went into the auditorium, I made the announcement in there. That's how I know how many people were in there for banner, because they were still going on when we went in there. But that's when the adjustment was made. So it wasn't that we cut it out beforehand, it was during that lunch period because a number of people had stopped talking. Matter of fact, I think only banner was still talking.
When you have, I haven't gone to a Birds of a Feather session. When you have one of those, is there someone asked to be a facilitator
Yes,
for that?
there were moderators.
There was
for that.
moderators.
My husband and I went on a Vikings tour. Woo-hoo! And that's a different conversation we can have, and pictures, with pictures. But when they had, when we would go on a tour, the guide would have a sign that they would hold up in big letters. And that may help also in this kind of a thing. If we can't prearrange where they're going to meet, then then that would also help perhaps get people where they want to go.
But kudos to our committee. Great job.
Oh, yeah.
Great conference.
It's still good-
You know,
good
we
meeting.
always have to dissect everything, but great job, great conference. And pulling all that off in one day is pretty amazing.
Okay, thank you all for the great discussion about the summer meeting. Everything did go very well. We do have the ballots have been tallied for the co-chair for the 4-year, and Rebecca Lothringer has been selected. Thank you all as our upcoming 4-year co-chair. Congratulations.
So I'll go ahead and make a speech then. No, actually, I just want to, as outgoing chair, I just want to say thank you to everyone for allowing me to serve these past 2 years as chair of the Distinguished Applied Texas Advisory Committee. This is my favorite committee of all times. It will definitely, when I retire one day, will be the one committee that I will always say that we did the most work on this committee. We do such valuable work here. So I'm just so proud and honored to have served. And congratulations to Rebecca. I know you'll do a great job, like you always do. And to the other candidates, you guys are equally the same, all outstanding candidates. So thank you very much.
Do they switch chairs now?
She's like,
I was gonna say, 'cause I'm really set up
She
here.
is set up. I didn't know where we were going with that. Okay.
Jarrell is not here.
He's here.
Oh, he is. There he is.
Hi.
Okay.
Okay. We are going to go on to our next discussion with Jarrell Booker. And he's going to discuss with us the procedures and for proposing and adopting changes.
Good morning. I'm Jarrell Booker, Assistant Commissioner of College Rating Success. It's a lot different being down here than watching it on TV upstairs. This should be brief. I don't think this is a surprise to many, but I did want to kind of go through how we take in the changes that you all suggest and deal with our contractor, UT or Tim, or however you want to look at the contractor. But I just want to remind everybody what we do if it wasn't clear. So what we normally have, as you all know, is this is an advisory committee. We don't have many at this agency, but there's a number that are mandated by statute, which you are. As an advisory board as an advisory committee to the board is held kind of responsible and takes your advice and counsel, and from that standpoint, what we really want to make sure is that everything you all decide is actually voted, which some is, most is, some which is very minor, but we still want it all to be voted on. So what we normally have done is you all meet, talk about different issues that have come up through your various committees from your own institutions. Tim gets a lot of things through the help desk, and from that point we make a list. Tim comes back and the list is generally voted on, and 95% of the stuff is really simple, and from what I found is there's always, not always, but infrequently there's something that we have to now bring to legal counsel, deal with ER. As many of you remember, we went through negotiated rulemaking. And what we're trying to do now is when you have a list, we review the list and we go through and say, okay, you got 27 things, 23 are great, let's go move forward. The other 4, let's take them through the whatever we have to go through for our review. And just so you know, some of the review is legal, some of the review is legislative. Some of the review there are court cases going on in other places that we're kind of waiting to see before we dip our hand into certain changes. So I just wanted you all to know we are kind of looking at those lists, reviewing some things, putting some things on hold, and moving forward 95% of them. And the other things, if they don't get approved immediately, it doesn't mean they won't be, but I just want you all to know that's why they're being held. Because this is a different advisory group from others, because you all pay for all the work that's actually being done. So it's just passing through from you to us, to the contractor, but we still want to be good stewards of the money and wanted you to know how we're making those decisions. Lastly, which I think might be new, many of you have been here longer than I have, but we are looking for more information when we make requests. I think there's a chart in your packet that will show, it allows us to say, is this a 2-year or 4-year issue? Is this a one institution or multiple institutions? This is a lot of apps. Who does this affect? Transfer students, international students? We just like to know why, where, how much it'll impact, and that kind of helps us in prioritizing, for Tim to prioritize and for us to kind of say, hey, yeah, if you can squeeze this in, go ahead and do that, or we can bump it to the next contract year. I do want to at least bring to your attention that the amount of this contract has continued to grow despite the fact that this is a very inexpensive app. We're probably the cheapest app around for a common app. And also the dollar amount per school is at a low rate for what most of you have to pay for a lot of other things. So, but we are still mindful of that and just want to kind of make sure those don't continue to grow. I think this year will be an interesting year as Tim and the University of Texas is changing systems, and I'm kind of excited about how that will look once the smoke clears. But I did want to at least bring that to your attention. Any questions for me? I know I have not been down here in a while, but it looks like, Rebecca, you'll start to be part of this, so welcome. Margaret, yes, you had a question?
And I actually have a question.
Sure.
So when you say that we review the list to determine what's good and then what needs to be held, who is we?
Sometimes it's myself, Jane, Deputy Commissioner Kristen Kramer. Sometimes it goes up to David. Then we deal with legal. Legal may say it's not a problem, move forward. They may say hold off. But that's usually the people involved.
So on the not good list, is it normally because of a legal concern, or?
Most of them are legislative. We know it's a legislative issue. We know legislators called. What we try to do initially is, and hopefully moving forward, meet with the co-chairs and say, this is a huge deal, move forward. But like I said, out of the 2 years I've been doing this, I've maybe seen 2 things that have even made us pause.
So is there an expected turnaround time for that review to be done?
Not exactly. Some faster than others. Like I said, the majority of things aren't an issue. I think last year we had one that we felt needed to go to negotiated rulemaking. If I can, not have to extend that time, then I will. But some stuff, like if it's a legislative issue and with the session come around, we may have to wait till the legislative session is through. But we're mindful that, Tim, there's time frames that you have to do something. If you don't do it now, you've missed it for 2 years. So we're mindful of that and take that into account in those decisions.
One of the things I think we were talking about was, trying to get you involved with review early on as possible, so that we don't have a situation. We didn't have that in place this year, and so there were a couple things where, we think we're going to do this, and then it turned out we didn't do it after a review, and it would be as much as we can work together before there's much discussion among the committee of what they would like to have done. Sometimes you may not know, exactly whether it's going to fly until we actually say, here's what we'd like to do. But maybe there's a process whereby we can be in communication about the things we're talking about and things we're thinking about, and head them off early.
That's fair. Because, the bigger issue is if, like I said, if you miss a window that we have, it's might as well not have brought up in the first place, and that can't happen.
I had talked to a few people about maybe the idea of posting some kind of a work request, or whether you call it that, just a Apply Texas change request, where anybody or whoever we decide, maybe it needs to come from a committee member, but where people could put what change they're requesting on there, what apps, it would be standardized, so they could determine what apps are affected, what the change is. And I'm thinking similar to some requests we have at our university, where we're asking for a change to our student information system potentially. We have to say, why we want the change and what will happen if we don't make the change. And so it gives you some background that often, we talk about, but I don't know that it's recorded exactly. So that's just one idea, and
I like
that might be able to be proposed or sent in at any time during the year, so that, I know after the summer meetings, we've talked with people, have a lot of ideas, and then we sleep and we get busy, and those ideas kind of fade for some of us. We all have real jobs, so that would be very helpful, I think, if we could maybe do a little bit of standardization of the request process.
The impact matters. I know, and Jane will vouch, I'm really big on, so what if we don't do it? That's and that's not just for you all, that's on anything. And if we don't do it, what does that impact? But an interesting thing, just for your knowledge, I travel the state a lot for K-12 issues, right? And I'm constantly asking not just high school counselors, but students, how do you like Applied Tech? They have no idea. They have no connection to me and Applied Texas. Applied Texas is something in the cloud that they just fill out for college. And it's interesting how pleased people are across the state on this application. So as much as I might say, well, what will this impact? What it does? Whatever you're doing, they're very pleased. So, and I've asked about a number of our changes, and all I'm like, hey, that's great, and even things that I think that we're doing wonderful on I had a counselor tell me they did not like the fact that they had to copy the app to do another institution.
Oh, come on.
And I thought, well, we thought that was, can you imagine where it used to be, and now we're moving forward? And I said, so what do you want it to be? And he thought, he was going to give me some ideas on what he thought it would be easier to do, but I was kind of surprised because I've talked to many people who thought that was an excellent function. So I'm not saying change it, trust me, because most people I've talked to loved it, but I did want to just come and tell you that at least all my feedback has been very positive with where the application is going. The last thing I wanted to tell you, and I'll stay for any questions, is if you recall, when I first came on board, we had to align our work with legislation. And with the session coming up, hopefully we will be aligned. And I know one particular thing I know we're going to talk about later on the agenda, I think it's the dual credit app and things. I would really hope as you deliberate, whatever decision you come up with, that any new apps be held till we are aligned in legislation with having new apps. And I think part of the discussion today will be our legislative request, which I think will put us in a great place where we want to go. So, thank you.
One of the related items that we've discussed, at least I think I've talked with Margaret and Melinda about, and Tim, is an effort to get Tim's list to everybody prior to the meetings, so you have a chance to read them and think about them before we meet. That would also give it have it come to the coordinating board, let us have a chance to kind of do a pre-review, see if there's anything that stands out that might be an issue. So we have worked, and I know this puts a burden on Tim to get this lined up earlier in his schedule, but if we can have some lead time, we might help make all of this flow a little bit more evenly. And the comment of having a template kind of how to submit a proposal, I think that's a great idea. And I think when we look at Tim's list this time, we'll see an effort to kind of move in that direction.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
And Michelle's right. And if we have a lot of those in between, like I said, 95% of things aren't really, they just kind of move. We move through them. But there's always, like I said, there's always been one or two that at least we have to say, let's ask and run up the flagpole.
So your assessments happen after every meeting, or is it's not?
When a request comes, Tim gives a list of, X amount that he's heard, or it's come through you all, or it's come through the help desk, and that's when we review it.
Okay.
Are you going to be present when we go over the proposal?
I can be.
Okay. Michelle, I have a question about your suggestion for the work order system, which I love, but are you suggesting that it comes to the committee or to the help desk? I'm asking because if it goes to the help desk, that might bring up an issue with workload. I don't know how that would be stored. I don't want the person that's proposing the change to actually think that that's going to go into effect. So if it comes to us, I would suggest that we have one email that it goes to, because we all reach out to our own constituents and say, hey, if you have any suggestions. But if there's a work order system, that might be totally different.
I hadn't fleshed it out that far. I agree with you.
We could try to propose something that makes sense and let you all.
Yeah.
We don't have to start from scratch.
Would it be out of order to go ahead and talk about our proposed changes? Our legislative issues, and looking at the chairs.
Sure. You want to take it out of order? I mean, let me pull it up. This is something we've been talking about for a while, but as you all know, you got to wait a few years for it to come back around. Jane, you want to go through it, and then I'll kind of give some highlights?
Okay, in your handout, there is a copy of two documents. The top one is a proposed adjustment to the rider in the General Appropriations Act regarding Apply Texas. And then the document attached or behind that is the form that we use to submit to our Governmental Relations Office suggested changes to statute. So as far as the rider is concerned, as you can see, we're simply broadening the scope of uses of the funds that institutions submit to Apply Texas. Just to give us a little wiggle room in how we can use those funds. God bless you. If there are any questions, the way this process works is that the coordinating board submits proposed changes to riders, and then those go into the overall general discussion of appropriations and so forth. So we don't have to have a sponsor for this particular change. It's a part of what is submitted by the coordinating board as its appropriations.
That's right. It doesn't
process.
necessarily have to be taken into account, but it is like a request
Okay.
from the agency.
I hope all of you were noticing I was stating that as a question, not as that I knew the answer to it. On the next document that has to do with changing the statutes, that is something that would end up having to be proposed as an introduced bill and then work through the system of getting adopted. We don't think it would be a controversial thing. A lot of this is just kind of reorganizing the wording. But the main things are to, if you look on the second page of that document, where the statute is reproduced, new language is underlined and highlighted. The language proposed for elimination is in brackets and line through. And so one of the things is just to indicate that members of the committee would be private or independent institutions of higher education and public institutions of higher education. The statute, Chapter 61, has a definition of institution of higher education, and if you happen to be working from that perspective, it would be only public institutions, but that obviously has not been how it's been used in this case. The other thing is the current statute reflects that it was pieced together over time, that you started with the university freshman and then the transfer, and then you added the two-year colleges, and then you add the transfer, and so forth. And the proposed language would just combine those sections together to more generally talk about creating applications to help students apply for admission to college. So the current language is more in terms of freshmen and transfer, and we're trying to encompass the full process of applying for college at any level. If anyone has any questions, I'd be glad to respond.
So this is what's proposed to be submitted, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, on the rider on the front.
Yes, ma'am.
When the language is as broad as "and related activities designed to encourage student enrollment in college for the way that the funds can be used," that's very broad.
And it was still well understood that this is under the guidance of the Apply Texas Advisory Committee.
So anything that becomes a related activity would come to the committee first for us to decide if that's okay?
I'll give you an example, and just as a reminder, since this is a public forum, things that in the past, such as Applied Texas signs, counselor suite, things that we've for years taken as make sense for what we do, could easily be reviewed as possibly not allowable. So we have, since we've decided to put this in, we have not spent money on something. We have not done those things, but obviously we know it's important. And it's not every year, but there are times when we need it. So that's why it's written in that manner.
What if it talked about as promoting or bettering the application instead of being so broad as to encourage student enrollment in college?
So if you're making suggestions to legislation, I mean to the change in rider at this point, I don't know if this is the right time to do that, but if you do have things, I'd love to take them to our ER department to be able to put in consideration, because it clearly hasn't been submitted yet. But I do think if we want to wordsmith this, that's fine. Just make sure you send me the things you think it might want to say, because I'd probably prefer not to have that at this stage, but would definitely like to see your options.
What is the timeline for our suggestions?
I would say before the end of October. And I welcome all of it. I mean, it's believe me, we've gone back and forth on this internally with ER on what it should say and and then this is not a new thing. This came up, 2 years ago? Mm-hmm. And I don't think, I shouldn't speak for the legislature, but I don't find it to be contentious, but you don't want to be so broad that somebody can drive a truck through it, and you don't want to be so restrictive that when you come up with something later on, you got to go back to session for it, so.
But as I understand it, we're trying to be a little bit on the broader side, correct? Okay.
We're trying to meet the needs of the committee. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're trying to meet all the needs of the committee and okay.
But this is specifically open the door for things like the outside vendors, contractual?
I imagine it could, but like I said, we would bring these things back to the committee. I mean, we're not going to spend your money without your say.
I have a question about the edit to On the 51762, Part C, where it says freshman or transfer, it has to do with nursing schools. I'm concerned that that's restrictive, and wondered if you could just simply say person seeking admission to an undergraduate nursing program without defining freshman and transfer, because I think about a post-bac student.
Fair enough.
Yeah, just a recommendation.
Can you email that to me? When you get
What?
a moment, can you send that to me when you get a moment? I think that's reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to go on to the discussion who Matt Hubbard is going to lead this morning for us in regard to the discussion of the use of freshman and two-year applications for admission of students to dual credit courses.
Thank you, Melinda, and thank you, Jane. Jane contacted me, I believe, earlier this week via email to see if I could talk about this. We have currently over 14,000 dual students in our two-county service area. So all of our dual students who apply, so each year we have tens of thousands of dual applications. So they all use Apply Texas. So I was asked to give some feedback, especially from our team, on some of the issues that dual credit students face. And I can speak with the two-year application specifically. So we do not use the freshman app, so I'm only talking about the two-year application. The main concern that I've heard from my team is basically the residency section. Because the students are not yet high school graduates, they can't go that easy route that a normal high school graduate or Texas GED would go. So they get bogged down quite a bit in that residency section because they have to claim it based upon their parents. For our college, we waive all tuition and fees for most programs, not all of them. And so we're not actually using it necessarily for that tuition calculation, but it's there in the system because we need to report it. So we need to report on the CBM reports the accuracy of that student data and whether they're residents or non-resident. So, for example, our undocumented students, while they're dual, because they're not high school graduates yet, they are non-resident. So they have to go through those questions and answer them differently because they can't claim Texas residency until they graduate from high school. So that was the main thing. I think the logic is there for the program. It's just that, and this is my understanding, I've always had this question, but I think we're required by statute to, the student has to be presented the core residency questions. And I think the engineering behind the application makes it easier for students to take the path of least resistance. However, with that dual credit student, it may be a function more of the residency rules as opposed to Apply Texas functionality. There are some things about Apply Texas that I know we've talked about for those students sometimes when they have to fill out the account and create an account and then go into an application. Maybe a lot of steps for those students. Some filtering questions at the beginning is what we're also thinking of. The other thing is a sort of a technical issue because we only have one two-year application, and Dr. Brooker just mentioned it. It would be probably better for us as far as two-year perspective. I know Linda and maybe Todd and some others can join in. Because we have one application type, we've got to change how that data looks in our system all the time. Because of dual credit students, there's a question there for the application and the residency section, and so we do have to do a lot of data cleanup internally, look at high school graduation date, verify with TREC. So that's an internal process, but if the dual credit students just had a separate application, we know that they're dual, and we could guide our dual students to that application. It would fix the data issue on the front end because clean data would actually be going into our system. So I don't know if that's sort of my synopsis. I don't know if Todd or Melinda or others from the two-year perspective have any comments.
I have a question, being from a four-year. Do you really make a determination that a student is a resident or non-resident, or do you determine that they're in district or out of district?
In district and out is separate. That's for internal tuition.
Okay.
Resident and non-resident, yes, we need to because of CBM reporting. We absolutely have to make that determination.
And or international?
Yes, that's correct.
Is international an option? Okay.
International students for dual is a little different, but it's mainly the undocumented students because they are non-residents while they're dual.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And international from a residency standpoint, international is just a subcategory of non-residents.
Right.
I think from a smaller two-year perspective, but we do have a growing dual credit population that I feel like it would help our students and also our internal staff in processing applications and accuracy of data. I agree with what Matt said in regard, because we do have to look at more information for dual credit students, and with the current application, at least, they get tripped up in some of the questions, or it may be that they don't really understand what they're really, not necessarily, we're not asking, I don't think, to really manipulate the application that much, but actually just create another option possibly for that growing population, at least, that we have within community colleges, and I believe within some universities have a growing dual credit population as well.
Yeah, and I agree as well, but I think we also need to add, along with dual, maybe home, / home, in their dual and homeschool, because we have a huge number of homeschool as well, and they're treated pretty much the same way. They're not, haven't graduated.
Do custom questions not address this need, or?
No, because there is a question that they can self-identify as dual, but it really is the residency section that drives it. So even if you added more custom questions, it'd probably get even more confusing to the students.
Just curious.
Yeah. Because actually, I know Todd's banner and Melinda's Gensbar, but the residency information all comes in. So, if the student gets tripped up, can't determine it, and we rely on that residency section to determine if the student's resident or non-resident at that point, so. Yeah.
Would it be possible to identify sections of the two-year app that would logically be skipped by a dual credit student so that if they hit that magical button, those modules would not come up for
Well,
them?
I believe that was done to a degree a couple of years back. Tim, I don't remember. I think we worked on that. Yeah, I think it's more driven, in my opinion, I think that the residency rules were never written with dual students in mind.
Right.
So that may be part of the problem. It just doesn't address that. So, they're forced to claim residency based upon their parents' residency status. So, I mean, what else are you going to do? I don't know how much shorter it could be at this point, and you've really done a lot of work with it.
Well, if I guess right now, because of the dynamic questions, that if you've indicated that you're dependent, then you're not seeing the independent questions anyway. But you come in from the angle of the 36-month approach. So that would be a question that could be hidden for someone who identifies him or herself as a dual credit.
I think it is, as far as I recall. I think based upon their high school graduation date and some other information, it already kind of guides them to the right path. It's been a while since I've looked at it.
I haven't looked at it either in a while.
Okay.
I think I'll go ahead, sorry.
Oh, no, we are now offering dual credit because we have a program with one of our local high schools as an early college high school. And so it's presented a real challenge for us, and we developed our own application that completely skips all the residency questions. But we've got several different groups, who are doing dual credit, and everyone wants it to be about 3 questions long.
Oh, yeah.
And so we've had to do that. But if something were to come up that you were to develop an application for dual credit, at least we might be interested in looking at that as a 4-year.
So are you collecting the residency information after they're there?
We're not. They're all attending high school.
Okay.
Here, so we can't, because if you ask the right questions, you can't get the information because of the 36-month approach for so many of them that.
Would it make sense and to skip the residency section for those students and have them complete a supplemental form?
Maybe not a supplemental form, but my understanding is that every student that applies needs to be presented the core residency questions. Is that correct? And you don't have to answer the whole 8 or 9 pages. You
Right.
just have to go through those questions.
Right, but I don't think the intent is for them to have to answer irrelevant questions.
Right.
So if we identify them as being in a category for which their independent student questions and the 36-month questions are totally irrelevant, that I don't think you break any rule by skipping those. And in fact, you're skipping some of them now through your dynamic programming. I've, out of curiosity, went to 3 institutions that don't use Apply Texas for their dual credit students, and I looked at them. And one of them had no residency questions, which raises a question in and of itself. One of them, the only questions they asked were for the 36-month students. And then the third one, the only ones they asked were for the parents. So, it just, if we have a pattern, if there are things, the extracurricular activities, the prior employment, those things now are things you can opt out of showing to these students, right?
Oh, yeah, we don't actually use those in a 2-year app. We don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so as Jarrell indicated, we have some real pushback on creating additional applications. But if we can make modifications to an existing one so that if you hit the magical button, you get this different combination of questions, and that's easier for that group, I think that could be certainly considered.
That'd be good. I do know we looked at that in a subcommittee a couple of years back, and we tried to maybe we can look at it again. But yes, if there's not the flexibility to have a separate application due to legislation, and also if the core questions, by logic, if you look at the core questions, what is the basis of residency for a dual credit student? So if their parents have residency, then they can establish residency, otherwise they can't. So I don't know, there seems to be 2 big buckets of groups in those categories. So I think it's when they're asked, if they are a resident, if their parents are a resident, then they're asked to give the justification of why, then that's where it gets a little bit complicated for them. And I don't know if any amount of programming can really fix that issue. Sort of is the logic of how the core questions are constructed.
Jane, is there a separate residency tree for 2-year application?
No.
I mean, it's
as was said quite correctly, residency statutes don't know what dual credit students are. They don't know a lot of what's in the modern world. And so we're always working through the current structure in order to get as close as we can to what we're trying to do. And the requirement of the core questions, as I remember, is in coordinating board rule. And so there could be in the long term a way to modify that and indicate some exception for dual credit students. You know, there's some flexibility here. There may be some flexibility here that we're not aware of. One thing I need to mention is I no longer work with residency. That's being handled in our our general counsel's office. But they.
Well, I'm still going to ask you.
You know, the possibility does exist that the rule, if there's a comfort zone for that a rule could be modified for this subpopulation that would allow, as you go through the process of identifying is this a resident or not, to make it simpler for them.
And most of the non-resident dual students, which we do report them as non-residents, are the undocumented students. So the issue K through 12, they don't need to ask. We don't get that from them. So the student applying needs to indicate that. So beyond kind of the whole issue, it just seems like there's two groups. There's one that may be undocumented that we would have to report as non-resident unless the residency rules change for that group, which is highly unlikely. And the other option is, you know, we have by statute, any dual partnership we enter into, we need to have an agreement, an MOU. So I'm wondering if we have an agreement signed by our president and the superintendent by statute, there's elements that go into that. And maybe a student that falls under that agreement can just be automatically considered a resident student, other than the fact if they're undocumented, we can report it anyway. So for tuition and purposes, that is irrelevant for us because we're not collecting that tuition in most cases. But that might be an option. If there's flexibility in the rules, that would surely help. Because exactly what we're facing, a number of us use CRM products, so we're implementing ours, almost done, and that was the next discussion that we had is should we do a dual credit app? And because it's easy, and then that's the caveat is anytime you use a CRM to do an application, you have to reconstruct the residency section. So it's great what Tim and his team have done. How do you reprogram that whole thing for any student? So
could y'all that's a technical term. Could you provide a list of the required questions for dual credit that we could then compare to the application and get a sense of what might make what paths we might take to get closer to that?
Yes.
I would imagine that the dual credit, well, I don't know. Dual credit is very complicated, and it's very political, and it's very public. So what we can do and how we can go about it is going to be probably decided by people other than us. Right. But it's worth our while to find out what options we would suggest. Right. And so rather than saying this is going to happen, find out what we might, in an ideal world, do would be helpful.
I agree. I think that's good, given, you know, the next session, we don't know what's coming down. I think we just kind of monitor that, but see what we can do as far as usability, and definitely can go through and get those questions to you. I'll do that.
Matt, I have a question about if you have an MOU with the high schools, can the high school provide you with the information you need in terms of whether they're documented or not, or?
They probably can't, but the issue is the way in which we find that out is when the student applies and uses Apply Texas.
Yeah.
And so that's, I mean, that question came up several years ago.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and sometimes the districts don't even know, but the application filters those out. So, yep.
Do you differentiate we have other two-year colleges here who if you charge tuition and fees, do you differentiate between in-district and out-of-district in those charges?
This is Connie. We do at Lone Star, yes.
Okay.
Or Central Texas College does.
We do too, as Colin.
Okay.
In many cases, that's only by address.
Right.
And it's not by the residency questions in the application. So it's just by if they're outside of our service districts.
Okay, if a person moves to Texas from Oklahoma to a residence inside your school district, in your taxing district, are they identified as non-resident? Are they identified as in-district?
I thought you weren't doing residency anymore.
Good question. Okay.
Sounds like our questions.
I mean, it depends on the question.
It
I mean,
depends
it
on the
depends on
question.
how they answer the questions. You know, if they meet the residency requirement, then yes, it'd be in district. If they
Okay.
live in the county, yes.
Does the in-district trump the non-resident, or is it depending on?
It
depends
residency
on-
questions.
Okay.
How they
Questions.
answered
Okay.
the information that's provided by the student is
And,
generally
yeah,
how we do
in
that.
district, like, for example, if they're Cameron County, they're out of district.
Mm-hmm.
And so it can be both, but they're almost two separate things.
Yeah, you have to make sure they're resident of Texas first, and then they, you know. the
Okay, so
general
they
route.
have to answer
Still
both
the
sets of
general route.
questions.
I
Yes.
guess.
Okay,
correct.
okay, gotcha. Gotcha.
And usually that's not the case. Usually for most dual, it's the undocumented population
Right.
that are non-residents.
Okay.
That's true.
And that, because of the waiver, you're under no obligation to charge them anything. It depends on how you negotiate it with the school district.
That's correct, right.
And in that negotiation, you don't have to make a difference between in-district and out-of-district students.
We actually do because that's driven by the agreement
Okay,
of the institution.
Okay.
So yes, there is some consideration for that. We really don't have any agreements outside of our district. We've been approached and asked, but
okay.
we don't.
I'm so glad I'm no longer, it's looking better all the time.
And these students are all self-identifying? Or are we,
Yes.
or are you expecting them to self-identify?
Yes, because they actually are filling out the application, yes. And that's where it gets confusing, you know, depending upon the route, really not understanding how to answer residency is a huge barrier.
Well, a part of that ideal application might be how those questions could be worded, that they might.
Yes, or even filtering them up front, you know, are you this, are you this, are you this? Because by the time they get to that residency section, they've already answered a lot of other questions that kind of help guide them through the residency section, but yeah.
We are also a four-year institution whose dual credit population is growing, so we would definitely be interested in this as well. I think, I'm sitting here thinking that the dual credit being such a push from the state at this point, this is going to end up touching all of the schools. I could say that ours is also growing. It went from 4 to 6 this year. But, yeah, hey, yeah, right, 50%
increase, right?
Thank you, Tim. But I will tell you that we've been approached by some school districts to look at dual credit opportunities. And so this is something, the questions you're asking here are questions we've been asking on our campus because we haven't had a group to really be concerned about dual credit. It's pretty easy when you have 4 students and you know who they are to take care of them. But I think this is probably something, if school districts are reaching out to us, they've got to be reaching out to others. And so I think it's going to be farther reaching and probably touch everybody very soon. And there's such a push for this dual credit.
And as has been said, hearing what happens, the discussions that go on in the legislature will also give some sense of what's expected. We really don't know where to go at this point in time with regard to that. But you're correct, there seems to be a very positive support for it. And our current system can be improved upon for meeting that need.
If I may, let me bring up another residency issue that we have experienced, which is related in a lot of ways. The first question on the residency is, have you attended another Texas institution, and what tuition did you pay? There are students, we don't rely on the answer to that to determine residency. The problem is, if they answer that, they are not prompted to answer anything else. And that's a real issue for us. Because at a community college, a student relates in district to being a resident. And so we have a lot of students who will say they were resident when they're really international. We have some agreements with some community colleges, and we had some real problems with it, to the point that we were having to have all of the applicants fill out the residency questionnaire because they couldn't get deep enough in the questions for us to determine what really is their residency. And when I called the community college, it was like we were speaking two different languages. Residency determines tuition at a four-year institution. Residency does not appear to be a factor for tuition purposes at a community college. It's the in-district or out-of-district.
Actually, it's just the dual. It is for tuition. For non-dual students, yes, we use residency to determine tuition.
It actually.
Same for us at Lone Star, yes.
Yeah.
Well, the school I talked to had no idea whether these students were residents, non-residents, internationals, and it got very confusing. So,
I mean, we all do the same thing. So
yeah.
I find it difficult sometimes to talk to students about the layers of residency.
Right.
And even with staff to explain, you have this at a community college, which is in or out of district. You have state issues that we need to resolve.
Right.
And then we have international issues that we need to resolve also. And so people think residency is one of those things, and really there are layers of it that may or may not apply to you.
So one of the recommendations I was going to present, or for discussion really, is anyone else having that issue of a student not being able to fill out anything else if they say, I was a resident at an institution prior to coming here?
Just a quick question. I think we have a list of the residency contacts. So there are times when if there is a question, you can contact the institution and
Our
and get
volume
that.
is too big. We can't do that. I mean, it's just undoable
Well, I mean,
for us.
I don't know, but I know that we receive questions from universities on occasion if there's a I don't know how many you get, but there's usually an exception, and they'll contact us. Was the student a resident? We could confirm. I mean, that's one way of doing it.
Well, and we also, I did that, and they just did not understand what I was asking because of the in-district, out-of-district issue.
You raise an interesting question, and that is the layering of the questions in the core questions was designed to make it, reach a conclusion as quickly as possible without collecting more data than you need. If that is counterproductive, if that is actually causing you not to get the information you probably need to have to make a good decision, I think that's a significant issue to raise about changing the core questions. Again, the whole idea of that was to make the student fill out as few questions as necessary. But if, this has flitted through my mind before too in some of the conversations I've had, if they if they answer this question wrong, then it's up to the college to catch it and then get them to answer the other questions so that you can classify them correctly. I think that's a very significant issue to raise as to whether those assumptions and pathways should be, the decision tree might be a really bad idea. Because what the decision tree that says if you do this, then you're a resident. If you don't, then you've got to go here at least, and then if that doesn't work, you've got to go here. That was all intended to try to see how the pieces fit together. But you don't have to go through these to get down here and answer these questions. And so that's a significant policy question with regard to residency that can be raised. And if that's no longer in my purview, it's not something that's not a decision I will make. But Kathy Cordova is our new residency contact. And if you feel that's something that needs to be looked at, if the core questions need to be reviewed, and with this in mind, I think that could be a good discussion.
Well, I like the idea of it being quick, you know. I would like to know, you know, how many other schools, if a student answers, yes, they were a resident at another institution, is that it? Is that all you require from them?
I mean, we have so many that I'm not sure how we would go through and, you know, we don't have the manpower to go through and like dig through all that. So I think that when they, you know, if it's finding them to be a resident, unless something particular comes to us, then that's what they are, whether they're rightly a resident or not, because we just don't have the personnel to go in and try to second guess all of that. But I agree, I think that it stops them at that point, and I think we would benefit from looking at questions again.
Well, at least to get to the next one, which is 36 months and 12 months. I mean, that,
right.
it can stop there if they say yes, yes to those, because that is clearly, you have the information you need to make a determination.
Am
The
I
first
correct?
question, you have no information
Right.
to really do any analysis or make any determination.
And we had some
particularly.
questions from our international admissions as well. You know, could we at some point ask a more pointed question at the beginning about, you know, because they sometimes don't, it's a different situation, but the same kind of a problem, that they sometimes don't understand, you know, how, they think they're answering it correctly, but the way it's worded, it doesn't really work.
Am I correct in saying that the 4 core residency questions are the, did you attend in Texas? Of what state or country you're a resident? Do you the 36-month question? And then when you begin the semester, have you lived in Texas for the last 12 months? Is that, are those the core questions?
No, the core question.
Because there's 4. Well, so are you saying, Michelle, that when they're answering that first question, yes, or, I'm sorry, yeah, yes, they don't get any of the other questions?
Yes, that's correct.
If they indicate that they were enrolled at a public institution in the fall or spring of the prior year, they were classified as a resident, and they didn't get to pay the resident rate simply because of a waiver. In that case, they meet the requirements for continuation as a resident, and that's in statute, and that's the basis of that path to residency.
Okay, but those 4 questions are lumped together in a way that, Tim, I thought if they answered differently into all of those 4 questions, yeah, if they counteracted, they get more questions.
Well,
So-
they
oh,
don't
no?
get the 36-month question or the 12-month question if they say, yes, I attended the prior semesters at a Texas institution and I was a resident. They say yes to that.
And
They get no
and
more
the follow-up,
questions.
Either a comment or follow-up question about you paid the resident rate because you were a resident, not
Right.
because of
Well,
a
that's
waiver.
one of the options. Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
because, but yeah, if you answer that set correctly by statute, you are a resident.
That set or that one question?
The set.
Well, she's saying the set as in that you're a resident and you're not a resident as a result of a waiver.
You
Those
were
are
a
the only
resident
two.
fall or spring of last year at another Texas institution.
Right, you don't get to the 36-month if you say yes
Correct.
to that. That's correct, yeah.
You know, another option might be in Apply Texas, to have everyone answer the next set of questions also.
Make it
Right,
mandatory.
that's-
And not get to all of the ones establishing domicile.
Correct, yeah. I would just like to see them answer
Yeah. together.
yes. Yeah, that would be,
That would be a quick fix.
Instead of having it not look at the tree at all, it would at least look at the first two sets.
Yeah.
well, no, the tree is still in
I mean,
place.
but as far as, I mean, not the tree, I meant the, all of the core questions, where it wouldn't list every section.
Right, so
Depending on how they
essentially,
answer
Depending on
those.
how they
Right.
answer.
essentially you take out the default after that first question.
Yeah.
And you go on to the second, and then the tree
then that way-
continues as it was.
Because at least at that point, you
I
could see if
agree
you needed the rest of it or not, you know.
Correct.
But
Well, I mean, it works beautifully after that point. Our issue is that
Leading up to the initial.
there are other things in the app that would indicate that this student is not a resident. And the student just, I don't think they know. I mean, because when a student is billed, I believe they see in district, out of district, potentially. They don't see resident tuition,
In district and out of district are two versions of resident, are they
Yes,
not?
they are, yes.
Those are resident
Yeah, well,
students.
yeah, they are resident, yes, correct,
Yes.
right.
Well, I understand, but I don't know that the student I don't trust the student's answer to
I
that question,
think
to be
part of-
real honest.
I think it depends on how the institution defines an undocumented student or
Right.
not, because I know my institution defines it differently than other institutions, because we also have an international population of students, and if they ever or currently hold a visa of any kind, they may not be considered an undocumented student, whereas if they went to another institution, maybe they were classified as a
Right.
affidavit student, and I'm hopeful that over time, at least speaking for my own institution, because we did implement a new student information system, students are going to know what it means to, what their actual resident status is through our communication. I think right now, at least from my perspective, our student population doesn't really always know what that means, and we're hopefully going to educate our students more, but that if we are asked to provide numbers of in-state versus other, we would lump those, if we were just looking at just giving a in-state, both populations, including in-district and out-of-district would be, and we have a branch campus population that would also be included within in-state, and then anybody else who pays out-of-state tuition would be in that other pool. So in-district, out-of-district, whether
And
they're
out-of-state?
undocumented or not, they're not charged the same, but if we were to report to a university, did they pay in-state tuition? Both populations we would say, yes, they did. They paid in-district, in-state tuition, or out-of-district, because we have, the majority of our students at our institution pay out-of-district fees, because our largest county is in our non-tax base. Our main campus is our taxing district, which is a smaller, we have about 5,000 students on our, and they all pay, or the majority, if they live in Denton County, pay out-of-district rates, because it is not in our tax district, so. But they're both in-state, they pay in-state tuition. And something that our business office or student billing office has done, so people understand that they are in-state residents. For in-district students, their tuition status is in-district. But for that out-of-district population of students, our business office, whenever the student receives their bill, it actually says in-state on it now for out-of-district, so they know that they are in-state students. So that was something, because people didn't understand, they thought out-of-district meant that they were out-of-state.
Right.
So that's how we've changed at least our wording to the student. That doesn't mean on the registrar's office side that we're still coding them in district or out of district, but for billing purposes, they know that they paid in-state tuition. So whenever they transfer to UNT or Texas A&M or other institutions, they know that, at least from billing. So I didn't mean to digress, but that's how.
I'm playing with Apply Texas just because. When I answered yes to being a resident, because I have attended North Central Texas in the fall and the spring, I put spring first and I changed it to fall. I am getting the 3612 questions.
You are?
See, I was gonna say, if we could just reevaluate that on Tim's side, because I don't believe that falls true, because we get that question on every application, the two set. So I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, because I changed, it made me go back, because at first I applied as a freshman, and I didn't put down that I attended a college. And then when I went through, I said I attended somewhere it gave me fall and spring 16, fall 16. First I did spring, and I put resident for what I paid, and then resident because of how I was classified, not a waiver. And then it made me go back and choose a college.
Right.
It says we need to know what your previous college was, so I did that.
Yeah,
When I hit
that-
next, it took me to 3612, so then I went back and switched the semester to see if maybe it was because at first I said I just attended spring, not fall. So then I switched it and said I attended fall, and it still gave me the 3612. So it is going to 3612.
Christina, you're saying that you receive that information?
Yes, that's why I asked Michelle if she was saying just that one question or the set, because I get all of them.
You receive all of them. One of the things that the technical team was suggesting was we need to look into whether they may see the questions, but if based on the answers to some of the questions, we might not send the data. But it sounds like you're getting that data in your apps.
We have a residency classification officer, and she gets all the questionable ones. And so I know, and we restructured our printout, so I know we're getting those.
We could talk
Do
about.
you get
we could talk
the
about
ones
that.
dealing with
Get through that.
domicile, or
No,
just the first two
No,
sets?
depending on how they answer
Yeah,
the
right,
set
right.
is how.
Right.
And that's how I understood it, so that's why I was.
Something to check on.
Yeah.
For clarification on the tuition rates, there's an in-district, out-of-district, and an international. There are three different,
Out of state.
or out-of-state, I'm
And
sorry.
generally international.
And internationals fall in
students,
out of state.
Eligible to domicile would fall into that.
Yeah.
But undocumented students actually fall into, if they qualify for the 36-month rule and the affidavit, and they provide the documentation, then that they would be either considered out of district or in district.
Oh, one
So
of
you
the
have
two.
out of state, you don't have international?
They would, depending on if they're eligible to domicile, if they're F1 students, then they're out of state. But we don't have a separate, I don't think any institution has national. or
No, we have actually in district, out of state, out of country.
Okay.
So we do.
So you have four.
Yeah, we had 4 categories.
And you have a different fee structure for the out-of-state and
Out of state
out-of-country?
and out of country pay the same for
They
us.
pay the same,
We just
so.
don't have it
We just
designated
separate them out.
separately.
Okay.
Oh, just second on that, okay. Same rate though.
Sorry.
Okay.
That's for
okay.
reporting purposes, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the same rate. So basically 3 rates for the most part. Okay.
Sounds like it would be helpful to, if Tim, if y'all could look into that and see whether the data for both sets, those first 2 sets of questions, are forwarded onto the schools, and/or how the decision module in Apply Texas treats that, because if it's only looking at the first to reach a conclusion as opposed to looking at both, then that's something we ought to be aware of.
That means you and I are going to have to look at that decision tree again. We spent quite a bit of time on that already.
Who's this
See
we?
what you're asking. See what you're asking.
I know a very nice lady in our general counsel's office that will be meeting with you. Yeah, we'll get with you.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Let's take a break.
I think we're going to take a 10-minute break and then reconvene at 10:50.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay. Matt, thank you very much. That was a good discussion, very good discussion.
That's for next fall.
Oh, yeah.
We're starting to beat on that deal.
Mm-hmm. It never ends anymore.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
Anything?
No.
Yeah. Year round.
I don't know how they'll be ready.
We will go crazy.
Yeah, I don't know how they'll be ready.
Already going crazy. Which makes me nuts.
Early decision date for, right after we get back from the break. And I told them, I said, do they have to be admitted to UNT to apply to honors? Well, yes. And I said, there's no way I can guarantee you that I'll be able to admit them.
Our honors is December.
And you can't, because it's absurd. Yeah, you're trying to get everything else caught up.
Yeah, yeah.
I told them, I said, I can't guarantee. I said, so you'll get complaints.
Okay, I think we're going to go ahead and get started so we can touch on a few more items before lunch. Hope everyone had a good break and enjoyed some of the treats over there and coffee and stretched your legs a bit. The next item on the agenda is the discussion of the use of the two-year application for international students. I know we've had quite a, well, I feel like, at least I feel like we've talked about it a little bit in depth in this committee and then outside the committee as well, as far as improving the two-year application and how we're going to help serve our international students. And I'd like Todd just to give some feedback as far as from his perspective, since Collin College has, I think, a pretty large international population.
Yes, we have about 900, a little over 900 international students. And I apologize, I haven't really looked at the international app. But we're a school also who actually develop our own app as well. So just want to throw that out there before I start the discussion. For us, talking with the staff, really for us, I don't know if we need a new two-year international app. Maybe use the four-year international app is the feedback I'm getting from my staff. So not necessarily create a new two-year app for international students. And unfortunately, that's all I have right now, but I'd be happy to look into it further. But
and I'm sorry, I'm not as familiar with the two-year app as I am with the four-year, so are there some questions in the two-year app about visas and things like that? Or what is in the current two-year app that addresses the international student? Are there specific questions for them?
That was at the beginning of the application, that was part of the section that over the past year that we've looked at and adding possibly, because initially, and anyone else chime in, there were only visas that were listed were those that were allowed students who were eligible to domicile, so we were not capturing if a student was, I don't know that they, again, I don't know that they always understood how to answer the question. They would either leave it blank or put none of the above and then wouldn't answer anything further down. I know we've talked in some of our subcommittee meetings how other institutions, if they have a new international application or if they're using custom questions. I know how we're at NCTC, how we're normally, or at least right now, we send follow-up questionnaires that it just is more information that the student has to submit back to us. But currently there's not, or there, at least on the 16-17 app, I don't believe the additional, I could be wrong, because I can't remember where we were exactly in the process. There's not currently all of the visa types listed.
And by listing all, you have an opportunity to say yes or no, they can establish domicile and go from there.
And I don't know if it was on the 16-17 or I think on the 17-18 application, they have been added, the additional, and that was our response, and some changes to the questions there.
To both two-year and four-year.
I believe it was added to both
Okay.
groups.
it's 17, 18?
I believe it's on the 17-18 application. But I do agree, we just went to a new student information system, and we have we're in the process of looking at developing a separate international application. And we also did that for dual credit, and we've actually had more problems with that. And we'd prefer to stick with the Apply Texas application because it is something that the students are familiar with, and once if they're dual credit, or even if they're staying with us for only 2 years or transferring, we want them to become familiar with Apply Texas, so rather than creating a separate application.
Melinda, to put you on the spot intentionally, what
Smiling.
what additional questions are you asking of an international applicant on this questionnaire, if you can remember, that you need?
It basically is, if you're currently on if you currently hold a visa, what type of visa do you hold? If you're not currently holding a valid visa, you have a expired visa, and then requiring them to provide that documentation so we can determine what type of student they are, not only if they're an international, or if we need to vet them through, and how we need to advise them as a student, if they need to go through either reclassifying as another type of student, or without looking at, I could pull it out, I can show you or send it to you. But it's a very small grouping of questions. It's just, those are questions we don't want to ask every single student. So we do have one custom question: are you applying for as a part-time or full-time international student? Because we have a large concurrent population with our universities that they don't really go through, they're international students, but they're not full-time international students. So, but we also have a growing population of people that are on visas, and before they were actually able to provide the visa, we didn't get all of the information from them. It's basically to determine, do they currently hold a visa, is the gist of the whole questionnaire that we ask.
Hi, and this is Connie at Lone Star. We asked some additional questions also, because we go further into, if they're not already holding a visa, but they're interested in obtaining an F1 visa and applying, through the I-20 process. We ask more questions about that, and give them information on other documents they need, and also ask them, if we issue an I-20, are we going to be mailing it to them? Are they going to have someone in their family or, an authorized person pick it up, and those kind of things? So we do have additional ones on our own internal application.
We've heard the comment of our question about the possibility of a two-year college using the four-year international application. Tim, I'm going to put you on the spot. Is that a feasible option? Do you have any idea what that would imply?
Not without further information. It would be a matter of kind of the discussion that's already going on. What would be different about? You'd have to take a look at the current international app and say, what is it that you would want that's not on there, or don't want that is on there, and how could it be modified in that way, or would it be better to have a separate international app, for the two-year schools?
Is there a list of data elements collected for the four-year international app that might be looked at by our two-year colleges to say, well, these are things that I don't need to have, and these are things I would want added? Would that?
Sure, we could do that.
Okay. Does that sound like a?
And we actually, my international advisor, in looking at trying to create more information and a better process for our international students, I believe that's how we took the four-year application to try and create our own two-year application, so I could get the information, at least what we have presented in the questions we were planning on asking. We're still in the process of creating that, but I could share that with you as well.
If we were trying to add an international module to the two-year app, is that some kind of would that be feasible?
That, again, that's a possibility. We'd have to look again at what that would entail in terms of what you'd want on it. It'd be part of the discussion. I think each of those would have advantages and its own challenges from a technical standpoint.
And I can go back at the person that handles our app, because we use our baseline banner for our international app, and not Apply Texas is available, but we have it separated out. But I could ask, just like Melinda did, or will, as far as what elements as well, to be helpful. If it's the four-year app that we want to use, because like I said, I hadn't had a chance to look at the four-year app or the international app, so I'd be happy to take it back to look at.
Tim, would it be possible, throwing this out there. If we're gonna have a module, to have a 2-year and 4-year module, so that in the admin suite, we would simply select which type of school we are, and then only that module show up? I don't know.
You mean to,
Brainstorming.
so you're a 4-year school, so.
Yeah, so you would just select the
Yeah.
4-year and then
Yeah,
2-year?
well, you wouldn't select the 2-year at any point, right?
Right,
So,
no.
yeah, I think the system knows.
Okay.
Would know what school which you are.
Okay.
And I don't think you would have to choose that. There would just be I mean, at this point, there's an international app for 4-year schools, so
Right.
it's not chosen as a module, but.
Well, I guess I was just thinking of like the questions that are just for, or 4-year specific, and then those that are 2-year specific that you're coming up with. Yeah, maybe, so that, yeah.
It'd be
So the rest
similar
of it, right, that would
Similar
just-
to the extracurricular
Yes.
activities and other things that we can opt in or opt out to use possibly on the application, because currently on the 2-year, you can have those options available, or you can, and even on the dual credit question, you can choose to opt in to use it or not, so maybe something like that.
I guess the first step would be to find out what are the elements that you would want, how they compare, and then from a technical standpoint and also from a standpoint of your needs locally, what's the best option for everyone concerned?
I can look at the questions from a 4-year standpoint.
I have, or there is a paper version of the 4-year freshman application. And it might be interesting to compare that to the international application to see what are the unique questions that are added because of the question of an international student. Because it would seem that those questions would make up that module that would be triggered if you indicate that you're an international student. Would it be helpful if I sent that? You want me to send that to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Part of the discussion also, I think, and Melinda's talked about this, where we made the change this last year, is where are the pain points in the 2-year app? What is it that you're not getting that you want for international students? Or what is it that they fill out that's just wasted time on their part because you don't need to know it for them? And what is it you're not getting specifically? That would be probably a good place to go also.
Trivial question of the day. What college or university in Texas has the greatest number of international students?
They're sitting together.
Dallas County Community College. They had over 6,000 reported for last year. And UT Dallas was the second largest number. And then A&M, UT Arlington, U of H, UT Austin. Trivial pursuit for next time. But that surprised me. And of course, they have the multiple campuses, but I was surprised by that.
Okay, I think it sounds like we have a little homework to do in regard to looking at the data elements. Would you like, as far as what we've done on our end and what we possibly need, is there a timeline you'd like that sent, and whom would you like us to send any feedback to?
I'd be happy for you to send it to me, and then I'll compile it and share it with, and can share it with everybody, including Tim. But can we kind of make a note of who's going to do what? Because a lot has been spoken about. Todd, you were talking about?
Yeah, me and Melinda can work together with 2-year schools.
Uh-huh.
That's fine.
And we could poll
pull from other schools, Dallas County and the larger.
And that's
Star.
to
And if-
poll what elements
Yes,
you don't have that you would like to have.
sure.
And Christine?
For 4-year, that are already on there specific to 4-year.
Great, thank you. Yeah, okay, I see no reason.
Okay.
Tim, you ready to?
Sure.
We're going to go on and let Tim start the discussion on proposed changes from the 15-16 listing. And I believe in your packet, you do have a starter list that's nicely formatted. That'll be good. It is. I think it looks great.
And this was with the idea of the kind, someone mentioned a template for suggestions, that this might be a starter point for how that might be.
Yeah, and this was something Jane sent, so I agree. I think it's a good for starting discussion about a way to present proposed changes. Between opening and the first meeting here in the fall, the team spends time updating and improving some of our infrastructure, looking at some of the questions and suggestions that came out of the committee, the conference, looking at some of the things that were talked about last year, going over and going into and hopefully, when possible, finishing some of the things that we didn't get to that were on the list from last year, and also coming up with a list of things that we, in going through the app ourselves and talking with students and counselors, think would be improvements, especially from the point of view of the student. So these are some things that, some of which are suggestions that we'd like to do, and some of which are just simply things that we would like to ask you all to talk about, that we don't particularly have a point of view on. So I'm going to skip around a little bit, if that's okay with you, just to maybe take some of the ones that might not need as much, not lead to as much discussion. The first one, we talked about the possibility of showing all the custom questions at once instead of having to page through one at a time. So this is just something that we would think it would improve usability. We haven't completely assessed possibly what all that would involve, but that's just something we would like permission to look at as an improvement for the experience of the student.
I believe that was raised by the high school counselor panel that we met with last time.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Okay. The next thing, which has to do with moving demographic data to possibly later in the app. I don't know, we get complaints from students, especially Hispanic students, who are confused by the ethnicity, race questions, and the suggestion has just been, don't throw that kind of something that they could stumble on and not quite know what to do with right up front. We still would gather it, but possibly put it later into the application. So this was maybe the idea of moving some of the other demographic data. We'd probably want to come back with specific ideas on that, but this was also kind of a suggestion coming out of some of the counselors that that the students don't want their students to immediately encounter something that was confusing, that they had a problem with.
I thought it got moved.
It got moved to the bottom of the page, right?
And
I think
that's what they were
yeah, that one
asking
particular
for.
page did. I don't know if there's anything else in the demographic data. Some of it, sometimes it asks questions about that they may not know the answer to off the top of their head, and we could take a look at that and come back and see, maybe do some further. I do think it improved a lot to move that one down. So it wasn't one of the first things they encountered. We just want them to get well into the app before they get frustrated. I didn't say that quite right, but. It's, college apps are not always fun. The third one, this also kind of has to do with, I don't know, the scholarship app, we only have a few schools that use it, but some of our larger schools do. There's a question in there about the parental income, which students stumble on because sometimes they don't know. And I don't know how if that's necessary. It seems to me we talked with someone, I don't know if it was at UT or A&M or somebody that said, we don't really use that information.
A&M does.
A&M uses it.
Yes, no question. To pre-qualify a student for.
Okay, so possibly, even though we only have a few schools over there, there's over 90,000 scholarship apps that are created every year, which is interesting because we do have such large schools. So probably at this point, we don't want to do that. Am I hearing that that would be a problem if we removed it? Yeah?
Is it an optional question, or is it mandatory? Or could it be made optional for the student who?
Because.
Yeah.
If you remove that question, how would the applicant or the university receiving the application know that it's like need-based or not? Because a lot of the scholarships are need-based.
Yeah, I think they use that question to kind of pre-qualify students, and then they they certainly rely on the FAFSA or the TAFSA to determine do they really need. But I believe the question is helpful to develop your first pool that these are potential students who would qualify for need-based. So I think it's important to our school anyway.
Oh, is that something that could be a custom question for your school?
I suppose, yeah.
Does anyone else use that information, or would it hurt to?
Is there some reporting tied to that? Anyone know?
I'm not sure.
Other than internal?
And I'm not really trying to pick on this particular question, but I think in general, one thing that would be really good for us to be keeping in mind as we look through things is for opportunities to decrease the number of questions, if indeed they're not required. These are intimidating documents.
Well, a lot of times the students think they have to answer everything, even though it might not be listed as required. They often think they're supposed to answer everything, which is not an unreasonable point of view.
Isn't there a parental income, isn't there an income question earlier in the application, outside of the scholarship app?
I'm not sure.
Is it in the profile?
Thought that there was some information. I know we get information on income,
Yeah.
admissions, and it's not
There's a
family
family
income.
Right, because
And I'm not
I
sure-
remember.
application
And
side.
I'm not sure how that correlates with this question.
It's a required field. You can't complete the application if you don't give that information.
Required or not.
So I don't know how this differs from that question, and that's
I
where.
mean, if it's redundant, certainly
yeah.
it can be removed.
The family income is under biographical information, but it's not required.
What scholarship it is, or do we know?
I don't know.
I think it is, if they live with the parent, is what my information Might be, and it might be by parent, maybe, for each parent, divided out.
And on the regular application, it only says family income.
Right,
Okay.
right. Okay.
It may be that it's on the scholarship app as a question, again, because for scholarship purposes, they have to answer it. And in the Apply Texas Admissions app, it's not, it's optional. That may be why it's repeated. Letting a student know if you're applying for scholarships, then this information must be provided.
And if the student doesn't have access to the information, if it wasn't required, you'd have to come back and get it. Is that right? Anyway, I mean, so they would have to find out.
Or the other part of that is they simply wouldn't qualify
Right.
or be pulled as a pre-qualifier for scholarships, so they may
Right.
miss out on scholarships. So it really is more a matter of making sure that they are not disadvantaged by not answering that question.
And I suppose, yeah, you could make it optional and then just make it clear that that this might be, like we do kind of with the Social Security, it's like it's optional, but this is something that it could be an advantage to you to fill out for those for whom it might not matter.
Right, right.
That would be one thing to look at. But either way, I think those changes wouldn't be something we would need immediate response on in terms of either removing it or making it optional.
A sidebar question, are all of the questions in our applications marked as either being required or optional?
Yes.
Well, it says required or it's just blank. So the ones that
Yeah.
are required have the red required next to them, or if it's not required, it doesn't say anything. It just asks the question. So it
Okay.
doesn't say optional.
That may be one reason why you're getting a lot of answers to questions they don't have to answer.
Possible.
Okay.
And then, do you want that? By saying it optional, you're nudging them toward not answering, because, I don't have to answer
Well,
this.
if it's a question that's not needed by the institution,
I don't know, it wouldn't be on there if we didn't. But like, we can't legally require Social Security number,
right,
but we like that.
right. No, I do understand that, but if we're trying to make it easier for the student, does having the indication that these questions are optional allow them to answer this question, then go down and answer this one, and give you what you need for an admission decision? Just something to consider as we go forward.
And to do that, you would probably have to ask each institution what they consider as optional, though, because some institutions may want information that someone else you could skip a whole section. Does that make sense?
Right, I don't know that I'd want to invite them, because they may disadvantage themselves.
Yeah.
And then what they do is they call us and say, oh my gosh, I didn't answer those questions, now I want to answer them. And so we end up either having to manually enter the answers on their record, or sometimes we can't. We cannot enter that in our system, and they're sunk, so.
That's why some of the modules sometimes are made optional. I think we worked on some last year where,
Yeah.
because it's like, we don't need it, we don't even use this. Other people, it's not required. Not only is it not required, we really don't want the information. Tell the students not to even look at it, or we don't even have it appear to them.
I will drop this very quickly, but is there, should we find out from the schools if individual questions are relevant or not? You can sit in the committee and have one person say, I think we need to add this question, and it gets added. But if 75-80% of the colleges do not need that question, should it be added to the basic application?
Well, and I think that's the purpose of all the members here, and I think we represent many and hopefully a good portion of the schools. And I think we challenge each other to determine if a question is necessary or not. And I know that many times we talk about questions and then we decide, hey, it's not necessary. But I think if you were to send that out for a poll, you would get back an overwhelming yes, it's necessary. Because of the discussion, we may come here thinking it's necessary, but we intelligently work through it and decide, oh, maybe it could be accomplished in a different way. Where, you know, if you start polling, the mindset is, yes, we need it.
Okay, well, and part of my questioning is only 2 years of experience with Apply Texas.
Jane, I lived through not being on the committee for years and sending a lot of questions up that I thought were needed, and the committee decided they weren't. And, you know, the committee was right,
Yeah.
but
Well,
on the outside, I thought they were needed.
Well, and I guess I'm more looking at it from the other side, is that there's so many questions there. Are there any there that are not needed? That we put in there 10 years ago that really aren't necessary? And whether we ever want to take the time to go through and figure that out, I don't know. But our approach is basically that we're always increasing. I don't remember us taking many things off. Making those things optional, that does that. But, you know, just a thought is, if there is a way to keep this from continuing to grow, would that make sense?
And maybe one of our subcommittees really could take that on. Let's take on each application and say, you know, are there things here that are not relevant anymore? And maybe we'd find some things.
I do think in testing the app on a yearly basis that is being considered. I mean, I appreciate that you've brought that to our awareness, and I know that several people have gone through the app with that in mind. You know, is the app, I don't believe the app is really overly cumbersome because of the adjustments that have been made, like to make the extracurricular optional and to make these large sections. So it seems to me that we really are at a place where we are asking what is essential. But certainly good reminder for us for us to fill out an app and kind of ask ourselves that question. But I did go through the app because we were building another app and sort of asked that, and I could not find any questions that I could recommend be removed.
And part of the dilemma is, are you looking at the application from the perspective of an institution or from the perspective of a student? The student would like to have as few questions as possible, and the institution needs to collect the data that it needs in order to do its job. So I recognize that's a yin and yang kind of connection there. All I'm voting for is that when we can, we reconsider what's there to, whether there's an option to shorten the forms.
Yeah, if you know, one of the other ways you can handle that is you could make Apply Texas very basic, but then all of us would end up having to do a supplemental something or other, which is not in the student's best interest because they'd have to fill out some of the same questions 9 times. So.
Thank you.
Number 4, actually, this is if you look at the points of discussion, I think the team may have come up with a better way of doing this than our proposal. But this is kind of going back to students filling out questions that they don't need to fill out but don't know that they don't need to fill out, so they do. In the residency section, can I say residency again today? There's some questions about when you're basing your residency on parent legal guardian information. There's a question that's kind of oddly worded. It says, is this parent or legal guardian a foreign national here with a visa eligible to domicile in the United States, or is he or she a refugee, asylee, parolee, or here under temporary protective status? And then it says, if so, indicate which, and there's a pull down that has, I don't know, about 40 things in it. And at the bottom it says none of the above. And what we get is that people who shouldn't be answering the question at all choose none of the above, which has a different meaning. And so we were suggesting at one point to say, let's put not applicable so that students who actually see that will choose that. Now, whether they will or not is another question. So one of the things the team is going to look at possibly is making this a kind of a show hide question where it will only show if the answer to previous questions indicates that they should be seeing this question. Then we don't need to put a not applicable, and we can come back and see whether we're successful at doing that. But I think that's, the team was looking at this problem, and I think maybe we've come up with a better solution for it. But that would be basically taking this question and not showing it unless they really should be answering it. On number 5, there's on the parental education level questions, there's a second parent can be unknown. There's an inconsistency here where the student can choose unknown or not applicable for a parent's ed level, but then there's a, since we went to parent 1 and parent 2, then we need to add something in the relationship. I don't know there might only be one parent, right? So there's an inconsistency there. We just want to bring that into to be consistent. It should be a simple thing. It's just adding something to a drop down. On number 6, again, this is the we didn't change the mother father to parent 1 and parent 2 on the scholarship app. Is there any problem with doing that? We did it on the main app. I think we waited a year or 2 on doing that because of FAFSA. Is there any reason not to go ahead and make that consistent on the scholarship app for those who use it?
Is there an additional relationship question?
Probably.
Can you
I'd have to
assume
take a
that
look.
who they say is parent 1 and parent 2 on the app is the same parent 1 and parent 2 on the scholarship portion?
Is that not part of what feeds over?
I'd have to do some research on that.
I guess I thought that was.
Yeah, that's right.
I thought that was one that fed over.
into the
It would just
scholarship.
be a matter of him changing the name of the field, correct? I think.
I'd have to research that. I'm not sure.
From the
From parent
profile?
1 to,
Oh.
Yeah, if they've already answered it and the admissions
Just have it
app.
carry it over.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with that.
We can look into that. But I know it still says mother, father on the scholarship. I don't know how the feed comes from the main app on that. We'll come back and take a look at that again. Let's skip 7 for now, because I think there may be a little further discussion on that. Address deliverability, I've done research on that. There are some purchasable vendor products that we could use that would look not just at standardizing an address, but actually checking to see whether it could deliver something to that address. So in other words, you would call this external product and it would say, yeah, you gave me the address, but that's an apartment complex and you didn't give me an apartment, and it will tell you that coming back. And so you could then do something with that information, whereas currently all it does is standardize for the Postal Service, it standardizes the name of the street, and mostly I think that's pretty much what it does for the most part, is standardize the name of the street and suffixes and things like that. But it doesn't know whether you could actually deliver mail to that location.
Would that be accessible in real time when the students complete the app?
Yes, yeah, it's supposed to be. I've looked into it and done some research with them. It would cost about $14,000 between $12,000 and $14,000 a year for unlimited use, which would, I don't know, I think I worked that out to about a penny an app, but that would be something that y'all would have to approve in terms of allocating funds for that.
I'm sorry, what's the product name?
Smarty Streets.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know. There are several. That's one that UT is already using, that the UT Development Office has started to use and had real good.
And if
I'd have to look at purchasing policies and how we'd move forward with that, but.
you allow an override where they could continue?
Oh, that would be something that we could do.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it was like what we do that kind of with the standardization as well. It doesn't find it, you know, but we'd have to take a look at that, because I think, David, I think if it does standardize, we don't allow them to override it, right? If we don't allow them to say no. But if it doesn't find, if it isn't able to standardize, then they're able to make changes on that. So we'd have to take a look at that. I mean, yeah, I think this should do standardization too. What it adds to us is something that says, you need more information. We couldn't deliver mail to this address. That, I think, would be its main use, would be to give us an indication that this is an apartment complex and doesn't have a central place where mail goes to if it doesn't have an apartment number.
And I'm sorry, you said 12 to 14,000?
Yeah.
Why is there a range?
Because I don't remember which one it is.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay. I was like, do we get something additional for 14? Okay.
Thanks, Christine.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
I'm going to get out from under the bus again.
Sorry.
I think it's 14.
Okay.
And it may actually, to try to save myself here, it may actually be, you know, per month, or there's a different fee if you do it for a year. But I think this, and there are several products that are about the same cost.
But this is per year.
I think so, yeah. It's based on how many hits, but at a certain point, they just say, you know, I think it was like there was a certain cost up to $1 million, and we'd have more than that in a year. So it's like this cost was unlimited.
Unlimited, okay.
So if this were identified as being undeliverable, is that a block for the student completing the app, or is it a warning given to the college when they get the app?
We would have control of what happens. We would just be telling, this product would simply be telling us whether it was deliverable based on what the student says.
So it
And
would
then
be
we
up
could
to
do
us to
whatever we want.
decide
Yeah,
how we
we could
react
do
to
whatever we want with that information. You know, we could pass it on. We could allow it to go through, pass it on, and then alert, you know, the college that this is a valid address, but it's missing information that it would need to actually deliver mail. Or we could stop the student, you know, and say, okay, this is not a complete address.
Could you caution the student? I mean, that to the student disappears, and ask the student, maybe, do you want to proceed? And if they say yes, let it go like that?
Yeah,
or-
probably.
Okay,
This thing will not control what happens in the app. It's
Okay.
just information,
Yeah.
essentially.
And so it's where we apply it that makes
Right.
a little bit of the difference. too.
Right.
So you could set it up that it warns the student that this could create a problem and have a warning to the college, or a
we
warning
can-
to the college to say,
Right.
please note.
Well, wouldn't it just be each address that was verified would say verified? Currently, we use a product as well, and we just have it verified or unverified. And I don't know that we need like a whole, hey, this person didn't really quite make it all the way through their address verification.
But it would be great if when they're filling out the app.
Oh,
if
no.
They were prompted to, hey, you need an apartment. Oh, yeah.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
That's why we're doing it, because we want them to fix it before
Right.
we even get it.
Right.
So another question, the Smarty Streets, do they update? How often do they update?
That's a good question, but they update a lot more frequently than the one we use now for the standardization. I think I did ask that, and the answer was a lot more frequently than the one we're using.
Well-
But I don't remember exactly how often, but I can bring that information back. And we can do an assessment of what are the various ways we could embed this in the app. What do you want it to do? Other than simply tell us that although that's a standardizable address, mail cannot be delivered to it, then what do you want us to do in that case? What do you want the student to do?
We're looking at this for the next cycle?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So at least at this point, what I hear is that I'll proceed to continue to investigate, and then the team can do an assessment of what would be the reasonable actions to take once we get that information back. The team member has saved me and said it's $12,000 and actually $10,000 if you pay it a year at a time.
Oh.
Okay.
And monthly updates.
Oh, monthly. Okay.
Thanks, Barry.
Got a great team.
I have a great team. Yeah. Well, and I don't know how, well, the one we use now, I know it doesn't do monthly updates, so. Okay, so we'll continue with that and bring information back. We'll need to test, there's an API we'll need to be able to test. We have a little experience with that with the T-Rex, so we'll have to take a look at how we'd actually do that. But we do have some experience on campus with people using this kind of thing. Let's skip number 9 for now. Number 10 is just kind of a general, there are parts of the app, and I hear about this from international students a lot, that there's just some wording in the app at places that it's difficult to understand. Some of it has to do with particularly legal things, acknowledgments here and there. Some of it is just it's just explanations of just questions. And I would imagine probably is a good idea to come back to the board and to the committee with any suggestions that we would have, so that, especially if there's any kind of a necessity for something to be there legally, and we wouldn't be wanting to change text, we would maybe just want to have a comment out to the side or a rollover question or something, or what does this mean, and a clickable, something clickable that would explain it. And at this point, there aren't a lot of examples of this. It's just something that came out as a result of the survey that the students take. That some students, and especially people for whom English is not the first language, that run into some things that the language is possibly, the grammar of the language is a little more complicated than they can handle. So at this point, I don't have a specific example to give to you. So what I would probably do would be to look at some of these and then maybe come back at the next meeting and say, is it okay if we either change this text or explain it in this way? Does that vary with what you want them to understand this information to be? Number 11. Let's go to 12. We'll come back to 11. We had a request just to add the CEEB codes to the EDI. This was, it's not a big deal. We don't need to do it, but if schools, right now we ask the schools which code they want, and I don't remember, David, do you remember what the choices are? We send, yeah. And it doesn't include CEB at this point, right, as a choice. I think that, so that the question was, that's the same for all schools. So some schools were saying, can you send, whatever we choose, can you go ahead and send the CEB to? And it would be, as long as we have it, we'd have to take a look at our database and make sure it's complete with regard to that, and completed if it's not. It would be a fairly simple change on our end, but didn't know if anybody had any discussion about that. I can't.
When you say schools, are you talking about Institutions of higher
Yeah,
education?
yeah, the receiving schools for our apps.
For high school information?
Yeah, yeah.
So CEB, I'm sorry, I'm still having trouble
Yeah.
sorting out the codes. CEEB is a
That's the
high school code?
SAT, that's the high school SAT,
Okay.
College Board, I guess.
Okay.
And just one quick thing that I've learned over this past, well, not that you need to know everything that I've learned over the past year in doing our student conversion system, universities and, or colleges, if their SAT sites have SEEB codes also. So I would, at least from my perspective, we would want FICE codes for colleges and universities and SEEB codes for high schools.
And that may be why this came up, because right now it's just one. You choose one, I think, and that's what you get.
I would be concerned if you pulled a list of SEEB codes and put it in this dropdown to make sure there's not colleges listed within that section, because if you're a SAT testing site, I believe, and I could be wrong, so anybody that knows different, if you're a test site, you could be, if you're a college, you could be listed within that as it, and because you have a separate SEEB code that's different than a FICE code. Yes, correct, yes.
So what's currently being sent with respect?
There's SEEB, I think there's SEEB codes that are currently being sent, but
The
I,
request here is to add SEEB codes for.
Right, right.
Okay, I got
So,
you. I think that's helpful because applications where they're sending like 3 or 4 different codes, and then the priority from the standard. You know, if you don't have a FICE code, then you could default to the SEEB code,
right.
which is.
So we might come back with this, but I'm not hearing that, for the people in the room, that adding the SEEB code automatically to previous colleges, since it's already being sent for high schools, and if you choose one for colleges, it doesn't necessarily buy you anything to send the SEEB code in addition to the one you chose.
can I make sure that I'm understanding where we're going with this? Because are we saying we're adding SEEB codes for high
Colleges.
schools or colleges?
They're already getting SEEB codes for
For
high schools.
But we're adding
Right,
them
yeah.
for colleges?
The request was made to just go ahead and send it all the time.
Can there be a
For
priority
colleges.
that's sent to us if it's FICE code, or can FICE be the priority and then the secondary be the SEEB code that's sent to us for?
I think right now.
I don't want to start, I don't think I would want to start receiving SEEB codes for colleges, even though my system has SEEB codes for higher, institutions of higher education.
Right.
It has both in it right now because we put that in there, or not intentionally, but we do have that option. And they're identified as SEEB codes and FICE codes in our, I would want, before, I would have a little bit of concern. I would want to check with other institutions, because I think this could impact, because we have an organization table for each student that we create that has the high school information and the college and university information, and how we transfer in coursework, and how we, I believe how we transmit EDI records is the FICE code. And they're two different codes. They're different numbers.
That's correct, and that's how we are too.
This would impact, I think this would impact the data that's being transmitted into our system. And I don't know how, if it would, and I would be concerned of the amount of work that we would have. Now, it may be that translations have to happen. If it equals this, then if it's this institution SEEB code, then it equals this FICE code. Maybe that, as far as whenever we're receiving the transmission of the application.
I understand what you're saying, but when we receive We do have in the same table, we're Banner, in the same table, it does have SEEB and FICE codes. So whatever code that matches to would pull up. Now, I wouldn't have a problem with SEEB being attached to a college because it would still pull as a college. I would have a problem if, for some reason, a high school started pulling in as a college because, of course, we don't have transfer equivalencies for that, and so it would stop that transcript. But it would still load. How would we go about asking this question? Yeah, to the community.
Well, there's a couple of ways of going about it. One is to add SEEB to the list that they can choose from, or there's even a little bit of, if we have this one, choose that one. You know, if we don't, send us the other one. The other way, which I think was part of the original request as I understood it, was just send us the SEEB code if you have it, you know, but not instead of the other one.
Oh, okay.
Just add it.
But they shouldn't have, they would have both if you're saying, because I had never heard that before, but if you were a testing center, you would have both, but you would still always have the FICE code, so.
I just wanted to understand this, and if I don't remember this request, and it could, and again, a lot of things have occurred, and we've slept, so.
Well, some of these requests come in like through the help desk, and
I just would want to make sure if there is a way that we could just send this question out and see, and if
Well-
it's, or if we can opt in to receive SEEB, or opt in to not receive SEEB for colleges. This has just been a kind of a programming issue at my institution whenever we've converted our data for colleges, because previously we only used FICE codes for colleges and universities and not SEEB codes.
Right. We had the same problem when we went through CRM changes. If you could ask the person that made this request to be more specific as to what the benefit of that would be, because a college will always have a FICE code, why does he want the SEEB code? Maybe we should go about it that way.
we'll try to follow up on that. Skip to 14, which is we install the word count to the essay questions, which I think has been successful. And so we were thinking we could add those also to the custom questions and the short answer scholarship questions. So we could look at installing that. If y'all would be okay with that, it seems reasonable.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch for, I guess, 45 minutes, or do you want to return at 1, since it, or 45 minutes? Or like half an hour? We're going to do 30 minutes?
Half an hour, yes.
So 12:30, we'll reconvene? Okay, we'll see you at 12:30. Thank you. Okay, I think we're going to go ahead and get started. I hope everyone had a nice lunch. We're going to try and get through the rest of the Tim's list of proposed changes, and then also the discussion of possible committees and things, other needs for review. So if we want to go ahead and get started, I think I'll let Tim.
Okay, so one of the things we want to talk about, there's, I think, 3 things left that I thought might need a greater discussion. One is the possibility of opening the app earlier. There was some discussion, I think it's a result of the the availability of FAFSA data in, is it October, as opposed to January? And there's been discussion at some of the schools, and also I think we talked about it a little bit in the spring here about the possibility of opening the app before August 1st, so that schools who want to do so can do so. And we're just talking about opening on an earlier date, like July 1st rather than August 1st. That doesn't mean people have to do that, just like they don't have to open on August 1st now. It would just allow those who would like to open earlier. And of course, the deadline dates are completely up to the schools already. So if you wanted to change your deadline date to make it earlier, that's up to you. So I just wanted to open that up to see how people feel about that. Is that something they want to move forward on? Is that something they don't care about and don't want to move forward on? I know some of the other apps out there are feeling that same pressure too. I know there's a couple new apps that are opening on July 1st. So I just wanted to open that up for discussion. And I don't know whether the board has any particular feeling about that, as long as the committee and the technical team can do it.
As far as I know, the main impact is the need for the committee to maybe meet, condense our meetings all into the fall so that we have a final slate of activities for you by the start of the Christmas holidays. And then you would have the spring to implement and test, and colleges to set up so they can open in earlier in summer. So it probably impacts this committee and your meetings more than most anything else that we're talking about.
It moves our development, but you're right, yeah, it moves our development back a month, or so.
And what's the time frame on the Applied Texas Speedy meeting?
Well, it's always in June.
Okay.
I don't know that it would need to change.
Okay.
It could be, but that would be up to you all. In TACRO, it's typically late enough already that we're in testing that we typically don't take requests that can be implemented
Sure.
that cycle anyway.
Yeah, we just want to make sure that we keep it at a time frame that they get all the information
Right.
about the new cycle. I particularly would like to open earlier.
Remember, the Apply Texas meeting is going to be between the community college meetings, which is in July.
Oh,
Now.
for next, oh, yeah.
I believe that's what's been negotiated in terms of,
Okay.
I'm sorry, what meeting are you talking about?
The Applied College
Texas.
and University roundtable meetings. This has
Isn't
been
that-
put in between, yeah.
yeah.
The TACRO? Are you talking about TACRO
The
round?
TACRO
Yes,
roundtable,
updates.
yeah, and
TACRO has the university and then the
Uh-huh.
within the same week.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, yeah.
But there's been, there have been some schools express a desire to do that because they're already here in Austin, rather than
Limit the
traveling
travel.
June and July. But
That would
now,
be a
if we
problem,
move
yeah.
back, if we move this back to July 1, then schools won't have an opportunity to see the changes before. But maybe that's a limited number of schools.
What do you mean a limited number?
Who would choose to open July 1 if it was available?
Okay, that, I think we should poll.
You just said you would, right?
Yeah, I think we should poll schools and get a percentage in order to make this decision for Tim to put it on his project.
And I apologize because I had to step out. But did we talk about the purpose of opening July 1? I mean, what is the real purpose for us wanting to open July 1? That's my question.
For the prior to match with FAFSA opening up.
But FAFSA opens in October, not July 1.
Right.
So why do we open in July?
Well, that was the.
I know that's what was suggested, but my question would be, why are we thinking moving it to July 1 makes any difference? And my secondary question to that would be, if we open July 1, are we just going to see application deadlines move farther forward and be
Yes.
earlier in the fall semester?
Very likely you
And I
are,
think that's a
but-
problem.
But there are some schools that want to move their application deadlines forward, probably because of prior.
I think that's true. I think before long, we're going to have September 1 deadlines for fresh seniors starting out in high school, and I think that's a problem. And so that's why I'm asking, what does opening July 1 really do, except give schools more time to process applications so they can move a deadline earlier in the semester?
And remember, we're not going to be getting high school transcripts then. I mean, schools aren't in session.
Nope.
I think Rebecca's point is important in that opening up a month earlier doesn't necessarily mean that all your students are going to not be still getting in there on November 30th at 11 o'clock.
Absolutely.
It's just that if you really wanted, because the FAFSA's coming in, you would think you would want to probably move that deadline. If that's the reason you're opening earlier, so that you'll get a lot more of those files finished earlier. It's not at all given that students will come in and finish earlier if the deadline's the same.
And the FAFSA, a student can begin working on the FAFSA without being accepted to a university. They do not have to wait on acceptance to a university. They have to be accepted in order to be awarded. But prior opening October 1st does not change the fact that a student can still apply and then work on getting accepted. They can apply for FAFSA without being accepted. I'm just concerned for the students and the precedent we'll set, and what I see happening are there'll be deadlines will just keep moving backwards, and it'll be earlier in the semester, and some of them are already very early as we stand now.
So we should at least spark the conversation at each individual university, which we have already had that. We have started that due to the prior. So
I think, and that's part of my question though, because if it opens July 1, I'm going to open my application July 1. So it's a different question. If the application was available to be open July 1, would you open your application? 90% of everyone is going to say yes, because why wouldn't you? But I think the real conversation the committee needs to be having is, does this serve the students? Is this helping the students? Or is this actually going to end up hurting or potentially harming the students because of what it then allows us to do?
with that conversation, how would it be harming them?
Because then the schools decide that they'll have an October 1 deadline for admission so that they can be ready for prior. Because think about the deadlines you have now. You have deadlines that are setting out there that gives you an X number of months to process the applications. So if you open it a month earlier, do you then just move your application deadline back a month because you'll have that same number of months to be processing your application? That's my fear, is that they think I only need 4 months to process an application, so I'm just going to move it back and still have 4 months to process an application. I just don't want the committee to not think about what this could do and allow for deadlines for students, because we're kidding ourselves if we don't think this is just going to change deadlines.
Have there been any discussions about this that you know of at TACRO?
No, we haven't really discussed it at TACRO. No, the most discussion I've heard has been in here, and I just thought about it actually as I was preparing for this meeting, that if we open July 1, I'm opening July 1. But what is the real purpose? It's not going to change the number of students I get admitted more than likely before prior, and it really doesn't change prior because you can apply for FAFSA October 1 whether or not you've applied. So I don't know, that's why I wanted to ask the question, what's the real purpose for us looking at July 1?
I think for our institution, it's to stay in sync with the other institutions around the country that we may be competing with. in terms of for students. And if they open July 1st or whatever, then we would feel like we would need to in that regard. But we don't see that there's a direct correlation between when the application opens or when your ability to open the application is and the deadline. We'll change our deadlines anyway accordingly. We're December 1st now, so it could move back accordingly, but I don't think we're thinking of that
Right,
specifically at this point. But in terms of the ability to, if we see as an institution that there's a value in terms of being able to open it earlier to stay in sync with some of the comparable institutions around the country, we think that we need to have that flexibility to do so.
Tim, how did the July 1st come up?
There's been discussions, I think it's just, there were discussions, I know, at UT and some other places about various dates to open. From our purposes in terms of the technical team, the further you move it, the harder it is.
Sure.
There was various dates came up, and July 1st, I think there might be other apps that open on July 1st as well, and you may be competing for some of the same students, and other apps being not Apply Texas. And so it was just kind of it just kind of emerged as a date that seemed reasonable, at least to try to see if it worked. I guess, I think for me, it seems like there's a couple of points. Mike's point is well taken about, what other apps are doing, and you've got the same students sometimes using different apps for institutions, and it'd be nice to be in line with them. The other one is, are you going to start getting people applying earlier, and is that going to help the institution? If you got people starting to apply in July, then by August 1st, you've already got a certain number of apps in. And does that have any use or not?
I would say that any consideration to move it forward, we would need to consider providing, the workshop and make sure that the workshop is offered in a timely manner so that institutions can be ready to fill. And obviously, if our plans right now are to offer the workshop in July, that certainly does not, it really doesn't fit with an August 1 even. So we need to consider that. And if you're, if you're at a smaller school or a mid-sized school, we don't have multiple people working on these things. We have one person who's doing 50 other things, and they utilize that information that they get. They rely on it. And so I would say consider that as we go. We don't have multiple tech team people or anything like that. They're from a centralized IT staff. This is side project, and they need that guidance.
Yeah, especially for this next one that's already set to be in July.
One of the things that we hear about from students is that they often would like to start on the app a little earlier than August. Because by then they're starting to get ready for school, and that we get emails, when is it going to open? How come it's not open? How come it's not open before August 1st? We'd like to get started. We got essays, we got school coming up later, and we'd like to go ahead and get started if we could.
I know the challenge, we have just a little while where we have 2 fall applications, and I know some of the challenges for our students is that then they get confused on which one to apply for. So it would be nice if we do consider going earlier to kind of make sure we address that as well.
So my only caveat to this, having multiple applications, we do experience students that will start their application in March. They submit it we don't have the new term open, so they submit under the old term. So we have cleanups that we constantly have to do to get those done. One thing that the Common Application did this year is now allow students to start their application. So they're asking, do you plan to apply for 2018 or 19 and beyond? And then they just roll those over each year. So that my only thing is if we're going to open up multiple applications at the same time, if you open up one before you close the other, then there will be some other programming changes that you'll have to make on the front end to accommodate that. But it's not like the students aren't already doing these types of things now as a workaround, because they do get anxious and they do start their applications in March as they're closing out their junior year. So just some things to think about.
I think we currently have 2 cycles open right now. If it was moved a long ways earlier, then we would have a hard time technically with the possibility of 3 cycles. But I think that we'll be okay in that. We'll double check, but we're already doing 2 cycles at the same time now.
I think it's just a two-sided question. That's the point I was making, is that it's beyond just what universities want, it's what students want. And if students are wanting it earlier, then we are assisting the students, and that really is what we're trying to do through the application, is actually benefit the students. So that was my only point, is that we can ask universities and colleges, and we're all going to say, sure, we'll open our application earlier, why not? But if it's students are requesting it too, that's what we really want to focus on, is why we're doing it, and does it benefit the students? That was my point.
Well, and as you said, if some schools, institutions say they're going to do it, then others are going to want to do it too, partly because of wanting the students to apply to your institution as they apply to the ones that opened earlier.
Right.
Do we have a sense of the timing of, okay, we open our application now on August 1. Do we have a sense of how many of the institutions actually jump in right at that start, or they come in a week, a month later? I would imagine that could be very different for 2-year and 4-year institutions. Could we maybe get some information about that would give us a sense of how many of our institutions would most likely jump on it as soon as possible?
For 2 years, it usually starts in September when they start having application drives at the high school. So, I mean, if it works for the universities, wouldn't see that as prohibitive.
Another thing is to make sure that your student systems could handle. I know Banner and PeopleSoft have and Lucian have their own schedules for this kind of thing, and there's a Banner users group, and I think 40 of our schools use Banner, and a few others use Colleague. That would be something we'd probably want to look into, because you're going to have to consume these a month earlier.
They have to back up.
Yeah, and they may not. We just have to maybe engage them at some point and see what kind of problem that would be. I'm told, Sarah says hi to everybody. That she says about 40 to 50 of our schools open August 1st, which is a lot out of 135 schools.
Sarah, if you're there, I guess that was an email.
Yeah, we're chatting, but I'm channeling.
She's listening on the. She's
That's
listening
right.
in.
She's listening in.
She is listening in. So you can tell her.
I'm channeling her, so go ahead.
Okay, all right. Feel stupid. I'm glad you can't see me.
Well, it could have been Skype or something, you know. It's,
Now I forgot my question.
Yes.
No, the question is, are all of these universities, or are there some community college or 2-year colleges in there? I don't know that matters.
I think most are in university,
I
most
would
are
think
four-year
so.
schools.
Okay.
Well, and if this was just this past one, I mean, I know that we did not open on time, but it was because we were implementing a new CRM, and we were holding that until we went live with the CRM so that we could get the new load of, so, I mean, you know, we try to open as soon as possible every time.
So we, for what probably are obvious reasons, would like to know earlier rather than later if you want to do this, but I don't know when the next meeting is, and since we already are trying to, just in kind of an anticipation and just to make sure we have enough time for development, as Jane says, we're going to try to meet and get requests for changes before the end of the year. And so we'd like to know as early as possible, but I don't know that a decision has to be made today.
Well, the issue of the Speedy workshop
Yeah.
sounds critical.
Yeah, I would not try to do that, this next cycle because of that, because we already have it planned
Okay.
for that time frame.
So you would have, if you moved it up, you would move it up for the 2018-19 year cycle that starts next,
18.
no,
1920.
1920, right.
Oh, yeah. That's
Yeah,
right.
because
'Cause
we've
we'll be-
already opened, yeah.
No, you could do
No,
it for 18.
18,
19.
You could do it for 18, because
18,
we'll have
19.
it, we'll have the workshop in this summer of 17, which is too late to tell people for fall 17, but you could do it for fall
We
18.
have spring 18 open now.
And it,
Okay.
Yeah, we'd be looking at next summer's conference. I don't know when the dates are
next
set.
summer's conference in July, we could tell them the next year for
Right.
fall of 18. It will actually open July 1.
And we can bring it up at this next one.
No,
Okay.
that's right, it's fall 19. Nope, it's fall 19.
Fall 19.
Because we'd be opening, yeah, that's right, because we'd be opening it this summer. Gosh, I don't know.
It
Someone
is.
get a calendar.
Who's on first?
We're really going to move that conference to June or May, back to June or.
Yes, yeah.
Right.
But the question
But
is,
after this next one. Yeah, okay.
yeah, not
Like
the
doing-
conference of the next summer.
Correct.
How much is
Which
the
is-
conference next summer actually set up?
Yeah. Is the dates already set and everything?
Dates are set. 'cause
And
they
then,
ne-
and
They
the
negotiate
hotel.
with the
Yeah,
hotels,
the
so the
hotel.
dates are set with the hotel.
Oh, this negotiating
And,
with a hotel, that's like on a 2 or 3 year
It's a
contract.
3-year contract,
So, have we done that?
yes.
Oh,
Ooh,
First
that's a
year,
problem.
Well, it's a problem if, it may mean that we need to revisit combining the two.
But if we've got a contract for the next 3 years where we have
Only-
to combine
well,
it.
but those people would
We don't.
already be
we're-
there. Is the contract for a certain amount of people? Oh,
I
Okay.
don't know that the contract was rewritten or changed in any way
Oh, okay,
to
okay.
include
See, 'cause
this.
they're already
Okay, and that was my next question. It's just the
contract-
standard for
It's
the
the
other.
standard contract to do the community college and university issues meet, I believe. But we need to check that.
And Apply Texas would still go out to the Pickle instead of staying at the Doubletree?
That could happen,
Yeah.
I suppose.
So we're not under an obligation even this year to do it that way, correct?
I don't think so, but I can check.
Okay.
Yeah, things change and
but have the dates been published?
for,
No, okay, yeah.
no. But they are known.
Yeah.
So if I understand what's being said is that although it's been discussed, there's no binding contract yet to put Speedy, even starting this next summer, in July. And so if an alternate location is available, is possible, then that could give us the option of doing this sooner if you wanted to. So that's a key question.
Way to follow up on that.
And I think, again, we, as admissions people, or we think of ourselves and we think of our registrars, but we're not thinking of our IT people. Again, just like we talked earlier, and our IT people needed something maybe that they didn't get, and we need to think of them and what they need going into building an application.
But because we don't know the answer to this question, then we don't know how many times we need to meet this fall, because that was part of the whole idea also. Do we need to meet multiple times in order to get our starter list complete?
Could we, it wouldn't ever hurt us to work more quickly and get
Well,
things done.
that's true. Yeah, that's a good point.
Are you suggesting a meeting in October then? Because what we, at least the last 2 years, it's been September and November, so an October meeting. And then that just raises the question of when other meetings are going on that we could push this into.
Michelle, are you going to ask? Oh, you're asking now.
Asking.
Oh, okay.
I'm contacting the TACRO Executive Committee to see if they can look and determine whether or not that contract includes additional information for this meeting and whether we can go backwards.
I think for planning purposes, because I feel like there's several things that are still pending, I think it would, at least my vote would be to try and meet in October if we can, especially if we can get feedback from the executive committee, and then also planning for if we're going to do anything or any information that's going to be presented to the TACRO community at the TACRO annual meeting, also of just different methods that we're going to be using to receive feedback from the field in our decision-making process and things like that. I think October, if it's available, that would be my vote to meet.
I'm looking at a schedule for this meeting room from yesterday, so it may have changed. But the week of October 10 to 14 is open, but that seems awfully soon after
Right.
this meeting. So the other alternative seems to be maybe the 25th or 26th of October. Again, do we know of, when TACRO's in November?
Right.
What's that
Is
date?
there any other organizational meeting that anyone here?
13th?
College Board Forum. I don't know when Forum is. And I don't know how many people here go to Forum, but I think College Board Forum is usually in October.
I
can tell you that unfortunately I'm not available the 25th or 26th.
College Board Forum is the 26th through the 28th. So that entire week is.
Okay.
What about the 20th? Was that day busy?
The 20th is a board meeting.
Oh,
The 21st, which is a Friday, could be an option.
I
have to travel on Friday.
What about the 24th, the Monday? No? October's a problem.
the 27th, was that?
The boardroom is reserved.
Okay.
On the 27th?
The 27th, yes. The 18th, they set up for a meeting on the following day, so we could check timing. I don't know how that would work.
Can I ask a question? What's the timing to make a decision? You have to make a decision by when, whether you're going to move it. Because if I understood you correctly, you're talking about 2018, 2019 year, right? School
The
year.
application cycle.
So when would you have to know whether you're moving the dates up in order to make that?
We would have to know in time to move our development cycle a month if it was July 1st.
Right.
So if we end up doing that, it will help us. We usually need everything by, we had our last meeting in February. I think this year, the May meeting was kind of a cleanup meeting, but, so we would like to have a pretty final, especially for anything that was large, by the end of the year.
By the end of this year, right?
We kind of always would like that. So, yeah, it'd be difficult for us to consider taking on any significant projects after the first if we were, because we have a month of test, a month or two of 6 weeks to 2 months of testing once we're pretty much done with what we think is the coding, so that moves everything back. So
Under the current cycle, in August 2017 is when they would open the 2018-19 cycle.
right.
And for those who've been here when we've changed these dates before, what was sort of the impact? I mean, and the only reason I'm asking is, I'd imagine, when's the last time we've actually changed this date?
I don't think we changed the opening
But
date.
we have
I don't think
no
it's ever
idea.
been changed.
Well, so you're getting, that's what I'm kind of getting to. We have no idea the impact of this, right? We kind of were guessing, but we don't really know. And then with the FAFSA, I think it was pretty clear that they can fill out applications in FAFSA. I know our people are saying fill out FAFSA immediately, whether you apply or not. So it's completely separate. But I'm wondering if there's what's the drawback of waiting a year and seeing what we really need? Like a trial run. And I understand the competition of others, but I don't know if students will not apply to your institution based off that start date. So I'm just curious, if we waited a year and just really figured out, and we thought, oh, wow, it didn't work, or it caused these sort of problems, and then the K-12 can start to make their adjustments on how they're counseling and things, because they're not going to make it as fast as, of course, as we would like. So I'm just wondering if we waited a year, would that at least give you a better indicator of not only whether you need to change it or not, but it even would tell you when you might need to change it too.
That was part of the discussion, I think, at UT, I know. That very thing. It's like, do we jump out in front of this, or do we wait to see what happens? So I don't know that there was a particular conclusion on that, but that was what that's exactly a point that you raised that was part of their discussion as well.
Right. And I'm only saying that the worst case scenario is just the way it is right now.
But I believe this is the waiting year, is it not?
Yeah, it is.
They talked about that last year, yeah.
So we could.
There was talk of changing it for this year.
Because we already got it, because it came in this year, right, in October.
So is a possible solution to say, we'll revisit this? No, because you need to know by end of January, right?
Well, go ahead.
So really the vote is your ability to allow schools to make that change if they want to,
right?
Not whether they do it or not.
Right.
But Apply Texas still has to, IT team still has to.
Yeah, no, you brought that up. No, I thought that was, it's time. What your point was what's giving me pause. Okay.
Yeah, the IT team for Apply Texas can make adjustments as long as we know ahead of time that where our development cycle won't be compressed, it'll be moved. And then they're looking into how the schools, and there are a significant number of schools who probably will move if we do this. It's kind of what I'm hearing. And so we would need to know that the IT at the schools could handle starting to receive apps a month earlier.
I can assure you that my president would not be happy if the app was available and mine wasn't open.
That's exactly right. We'll have no choice.
Yeah, I'm open. The 50 that are already going live August 1st will, all 50 of those will go live July 1, for sure.
And we will be a year after Common App has opened? Yeah, okay.
Well, they've implemented that, but the original, but the.
Yeah,
well,
it's current.
They for the common part, but for the parts for the schools, I don't think they open earlier than August 1st.
We didn't open until August.
Oh, you mean, no, because they don't shut down until July 17th, so they keep the application open. But what they changed was typically students would be dropped from the app.
Right.
Everybody starts fresh. What's changed is now they roll over.
Right.
So they're just converting. So a student could potentially start a year or two in advance.
Right.
And then it just rolls to the next application cycle, and then when they go to reaccess their application, they just have to go in and fill in the things that have changed or
Right.
the different.
But they can't actually apply
They cannot apply.
until
But they-
TCU says, I'm open.
Right, but for schools like us, and I think other schools do the same thing, is we also get their information sooner, so we can start communicating with them about our deadlines, the financial aid information, those types of things. So back to the point that, of one of the concerns is, other institutions that you're competing against, if you're competing against other institutions that are using the common application, then your competitors are already ahead.
Right. And I think the new coalition app is going to open July 1st, too. I mean, that's the earliest date you can open an app, is July 1st.
It is, and people did open on July 1st this year.
Okay.
I think the team will prepare for opening, as long as we kind of know that if we're going to open early, we're looking at a month. We can prepare for that, and the only outstanding thing, well, the outstanding things are, can the ERPs, I would imagine they can handle it, because you've already got, you know, your A&M, TCU, you've already got some apps coming in earlier, right? You will on July 1st. I imagine you're going to be ready for that. You're going to need to be ready for that. So we need to check with them, with the ERPs, the major ERP, and then we'll.
But what about everybody else? What about everybody else? You're talking about the major ERPs.
Well, I can't imagine that it should affect any ERP systems anyways. It's all based on entry term, correct? I mean, we have spring, summer, and fall out there. It's based on different entry terms, not year-based. So your next year is just going to be different entry terms, which are just different values.
It has to do, there are a lot of other things, though, as applications change in different places, things point in different directions, and that's where we look to guidance from the technical team to build those things out, not only in our ERPs, but in CRMs or in systems that push to our ERPs, and there are a lot of different places.
I think Aleutian in particular, Aleutian has a conference, and they have doesn't mean they can't change it, but I think they have kind of a schedule that they install all the new things into the Banner and Colleague, and they would have to change that schedule in order to get those things in earlier for their clients. That's just something for them to
it
consider.
affects more, even from the ERP standpoint, then you still have to think back to your technical teams on your own campus.
Yes.
And when they can actually implement everything that's been done by the ERP and get our testing done, because right now, that happens in July.
Right.
So
Right.
this is, it's going to be broader reaching.
Yeah, and we've been on the schedule for July for 100 years.
Yeah.
Well, we, I guess, would want, I'm sorry, go ahead, Sheila.
No, I was just going to say, as Lisa said, because we do rolling admissions, and we're still admitting people up to August 1st, you know, for this term. And if we open another app in July, that it will be very confusing, I think, and for a large number of people if it becomes a great thing. So I think that is a real consideration.
I think follow up with some of the, but I imagine the ERPs will do whatever you need them to do. And maybe with your own IT teams, one of the things that we did recently that Sarah's been putting together is an IT contact email list, and so we could facilitate some kind of query as to the various IT contacts as to what this kind of effect would have on them directly. And then so it sounds to me like we need more discussion, and it's just a matter of when the next meeting would be and how, if the discussion goes for a while, the only we would still, it would just limit what we could do in terms of enhancements for this cycle if we didn't get everything done by the end of the year. I mean, get everything done, meaning this committee getting everything done.
So if you go back to the meetings, and we did this at some point moons ago when I was on the committee a long time ago, but we had an earlier November meeting, and then we called an early December meeting. And at that December meeting, we really went through, here are the things that we're giving to Tim's team, which I don't even think Tim existed then, but we were giving to Tim's team to finalize it out. So that could be another option, since October looks terrible. Look at an early November and then a really early December. Basically, that's what we did that year. We said, okay, here it is, here's the list.
And I think you're right, it used to be, we've kind of let it creep into, which we corrected a little bit last year, but it would be a nice goal anyway to finish by the end, because then that buys us some time in case there's more back and forth that's needed.
Which is what happened that year, is we handed it over in December, and then the spring meeting, I remember the first spring meeting we had was really saying, okay, here's some things we found out that we're trying to implement this, what should we do?
Right.
What if we looked at the day after the TACRO conference?
What date would that be?
I'm not sure.
It was your idea.
I know. I want to say that would be,
It's the
well,
17th.
the 17th.
13th to the 16th.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
yeah, it's late
17th.
this year.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I'd try to have it before that, the meeting, if
Yeah.
we're going to meet again in December.
October was better than the 1st of November for me.
Oh, is it?
October's much better for,
Like somebody else said, we all work for a living.
yeah. Novel idea.
That Friday or the 18th, if it's workable with the room?
Are you talking about the 18th of November?
October.
October.
You said
October, okay, October 14th is the Friday.
Wait.
You had said the 21st.
Okay, yes, the 21st is also a Friday.
What about
And,
the 8th? I thought you said, I guess not.
They're setting up the room for another
I
meeting.
thought, yeah, you said they were setting it up and it
That's a
might work,
Monday,
but
but
I
that
guess-
And what
That's
was wrong
open.
with the first week in October?
First week in October?
We just got back from here.
Well,
We just left.
From the
But how much can we get done before we come back for another meeting? I mean, if we got to do some polling and some questions, that's one thing we have to take
Yeah.
into account. Because we want to come back and have these questions from today answered by the
That's
time we
true.
get to the next meeting.
21st looks,
First week of November?
Or you said the 17th, Jane, if we want to do a Monday instead.
Yeah, the 17th of October and the 21st of October, that's the Monday and the Friday
Monday or Friday?
of that week.
I vote Monday.
either one works for me.
Yeah, either one works for
I
me.
don't mind driving on a Sunday.
17th? 17th, all right. Look at all those.
We got a Big 12 meeting.
Look, he's got all these things blocked out on his calendar.
Now we're being full work. We had the Big 12 meeting there. Couple of
not
things,
something's
yeah.
going on here.
Would the 21st be
Is 21st better?
21st is better for me.
It's-
Something green.
Oh, okay, I was like, well, he's got all these bars.
Yeah, trying to block things out, yeah.
Not as in
Not that big
drinking
of a
bars.
deal. Yeah. That too, Friday.
So now are we on the 21st? Candace. She's beaten down, but Candace says she'll do the 21st.
I can't do the
So it's
21st.
Here, but I'll do
I can't
it.
do the
I can't
21st.
do the 21st.
Why? Because you don't want to drive or because you really
No,
can't?
I can't. I will be at school.
You will be at school.
And let's remember, we can do some of this by phone if we have to, like,
You could
if there's a
phone
day you can't do it, you could call in.
Colin, like Connie.
Right. Yeah.
Hi, Connie.
Hi.
Just checking.
Our voice from the sky.
Looks like it's choices here or somewhere else.
All right, so
Is there another option?
The 21st is.
17th to 21st or something else?
You're back at 17.
When?
if we meet on the
How about the 24th? October 24th?
By show of hands, how many people can come on the 17th? If we're looking at that week, who can attend on the 17th?
And you can vote twice.
And you can vote twice. Okay, who can, if you, the 21st, no, I didn't get a count, but I can visualize. I didn't know I had to actually put it, I can see.
I got a visual.
We got a visual. Do I have to?
Didn't get a count.
Did you want to see this?
No, I don't have to actually see a count. I just, we're not getting anywhere, and I'm just trying to, let's
Okay.
direct this
Yeah.
conversation. Now, the 21st, by show of hands, who's available?
But it's not as good.
And if you're not available to travel to Austin, would you be available to, by call?
21st was,
If
21st had more.
there was more hands for the
More hands
21st.
for the 21st.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, I will check when I get back to the office whether this is still available, and we will reserve the room for that.
But at least both times, though, there would be
Yeah.
the
enough
majority,
people.
enough people to,
A quorum.
a quorum to actually have the meeting, so. Thank y'all. We're going to look at the week of the 17th.
We're doing it on the 21st, right?
Yes, but that week.
Oh.
I'm just, if, I'm going to stop talking. Thank y'all all so much. I'm just saying, if she's saying she's going back to look at the calendar, and if there's changes, it will be on the 21st, but
If it's not on the 21st, it'll be on the 17th.
I'm just throwing that out there. There's that potential, so.
Yeah.
I
I think we have
that,
the calendar up.
that next week I'm not here.
I'm out.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even be able to call.
Then it's the 21st.
We could go with the second person who came in as chair.
Whoever came in second place?
Whoever came in second place. Yes.
He closed his calendar.
Yeah.
Deanna, can you reserve it for us? Do what you can to reserve it for the 21st? Okay.
Oh, he already has it reserved.
One of the things that we just wanted you all to discuss at some point was a request, and I think it might have come originally from Michelle, about deadlines for essays that some of the schools allow, and I think UT may be one that allows essays pretty much to come in whenever after the app has been submitted, and some don't like that. And so would there be any discussion and desire from anyone to put deadlines on when essays can be submitted?
Are you talking about individualized by institution? Are you talking about?
I'd rather not talk about that, but what we could talk about would be perhaps a certain deadline that would be tied to the admissions deadline would be probably better than having a custom separate deadline, but that would be possible. It's just a little bigger deal to do, to have a separate deadline, essay deadline date. Another thing would be to have it it's going to be X number of days after what do you do at A&M, like a week or 2 weeks?
A week after the posted deadline.
That would obviously mean that everybody would have to agree on however long that's going to be.
Should that be a custom question?
Well, it
Except that
can't
they-
be.
Yeah.
It can't be. The essays. I mean, our problem is that our deadline is December 1. We like students to complete their file by then, and essays are part of the admissions file, so we check them off. And if a student has not submitted their essays by December 1, or essentially, we'll give them till December 8th to send supporting docs. So if they haven't provided their essay by December 8th, then they're incomplete at deadline for our purposes. We don't want the essays in March, but they're coming. They're coming at all times, and we electronically check off the receipt of the essay if it comes electronically. So files are completing erroneously because the essay's coming too late for our purposes.
So you're looking for the system to block the submission of essays
Correct.
at that time?
After the deadline. It surprised me a little bit that that receipt of the essay maybe doesn't have a deadline for some. I don't. How can you complete a file or?
They're optional for us.
If the essay's optional, yeah, I understand that. If they're required, I mean, maybe it could key off of that, but how does that affect y'all?
I don't think, in the system, the students can't get back to the application once it's submitted. So if the deadline is passed, and they've already, if the deadline is passed.
They
and have
can
not-
somehow. They can
Really?
somehow go back and submit essays. Mhm.
Yeah, they can go back and.
Well, the
submit
essay
essays.
portion, yeah, okay, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
They can
But that-
see, yeah.
See the essay deal, but it doesn't have any way to block it at the moment?
It doesn't block it at the moment, yeah.
Just lets them submit it?
Yeah.
I don't think it had been a
It
problem for
has
us.
been a
Hadn't
problem.
For us, I don't know. I'm trying to think doesn't appear, I don't think we've run into that problem, at least I hadn't heard, but I'll find out. But I don't think that's been a big problem for us. I think we go ahead and take the credentials. We only look at it in terms of the application as to whether they're on time or not, and whether the file was complete or not. And it's the date of the receipt of the credentials makes a difference in our process. So it's not that like we don't want to get them. I think we probably would want them to still come. You don't think so?
I'm guess, you may be controlling it by looking at receive dates and just ignoring any, but I don't think it, my guess is you would not be hurt by us, by them not being sent.
Well, they might be insane.
Uh-huh. That'd be my guess, that they're not using those that come late.
Yeah.
Yeah, what would you do with those that came after the deadline, even if you did receive them?
Well, they'd be part of the file, but it's just the student status is going to be based on when those credentials
When they
are
came
received,
in.
When they came in.
Yeah,
So
so,
we've got a status check
Would
that
you-
tells us exactly when it came in. and
Right,
their
but would you
completion
use
is-
it like, for example, the next go-around if they, no? Yes? You would
Yeah,
use
yeah,
it?
we
Oh,
will, we will.
Okay.
They're tied to an application, so.
Yeah.
They can't use it for the next application, but it's a deal where we would let those credentials come in at the moment, but it would be tied to a specific date that it was received. That would determine whether or not the student was on time or not in our system.
right.
So he's working it after.
Well, essentially, if they didn't come in, it would be no difference
Right.
for their student. It
Right.
sounds like, I mean,
Right.
they have the same policy as we do.
Yeah.
File has to be complete by a certain date. It's a matter of,
The system doesn't enforce that.
our system,
Yeah.
our
Now we want
system
the system
doesn't
to
Apply
enforce
Texas
it right
does it.
now.
And do we want that?
Yeah, and do we want to be housing? I mean, we don't have a need for the essays. Do we want to be storing them?
Right.
Essays sent to us in March. I mean.
No, I agree. I just didn't
yeah.
know that was
So,
happening.
it would be nice if the essay deadline could be tied to your application deadline, in that if your application deadline's August 1, then you would get essays until August 8th, you know? Our deadline's December 1, we would get essays till December 8th. Does that work? Or
I'm
that
trying
work?
to, I'm trying to envision how this would work, because we would want, I mean, we accept documents. It's kind of, we don't do rolling admission, but we do rolling admission, as most private institutions do as well. So if a student applies, say, for November 1st, a lot of times we'll accept any like catch-up documents until we receive those test scores from November, which is usually like November 22nd or whatever. But we'll still accept their documents, because a lot of times those students will then roll over to the next deadline. So we'll say, you completed, but you didn't make this deadline, do you want to be moved to the next? So if we were to not accept essays, I just see that them then creating a new application or calling and then, trying to
Yeah,
figure.
I mean,
either
that'd have
way,
to
it's
be
gonna cause a lot
considered.
more work to
Yeah.
submit it a different way. I guess I'm just trying to envision how you would tie it to a deadline. Would it just be something like programmatically where you would have a checkbox that says,
No, programmatically, Tim would just not send them.
well,
I mean, they wouldn't allow the student to
trying to think of
submit.
how we could set up on the administration side, the admin side. So would it be like a checkbox that says enforced essay deadline and then have a deadline for essays? Because that would be beneficial for, I think, everybody, because then you can then enforce a deadline for the essays, and then some institutions cannot.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and that would work. I think Tim
So
was trying to
essentially,
avoid that.
a new
but,
deadline, and
yeah.
it's, I think it could be done.
I mean, that would.
We'd always
that
opt on the
would
easier
work.
one if
That
we
would
have a
be-
chance.
Yeah.
But if it's essentially building in a new deadline in the admin suite, which you could either put in or not,
Right.
right?
And it sounds like that would be beneficial to you because you want to accept it through the 9th if your deadline's
right.
first.
Right,
So that gives them
absolutely.
at least another week to submit
Well, that
their
gives a
essay.
whole lot more flexibility to everybody, and I by no means want to force, agreement, just because it fits us. So, yeah, that's what I had envisioned at first, but, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, we still have the option of leaving it open anyway.
Right, you
Yes.
could.
So it would-
Yeah.
That
wouldn't
would,
matter.
yeah.
Absolutely.
When I applied to A&M or the other schools, I kind of assumed that the essays were due with the application, so I didn't think there was a separate deadline. So if we do have a deadline for the essays, I personally would want it on the same date as the application submission, so.
But I assume that would be one of the options for the institution, would be to set
Right.
that same date.
Right, the institution could decide, but you're rare, the one who would, let me say. It's why you are successful. If only.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so we'll move forward with the idea that it's a good idea to build in a new deadline for essays, that if you don't want it, you would leave it blank, and if you fill it in, then that's what we would enforce.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
That'd be awesome.
That would.
My impression is we did not reach any conclusion with regard to an earlier schedule. Is that correct? What we did with that regard is set the next meeting date.
I think we wanted to receive feedback from
Okay.
TACRO Executive Committee and how that would impact the contract, and then also checking, I'm assuming, with some of our IT staff and
Yeah,
then receive feedback.
IT staff, ERP. We did talk about going ahead and polling universities to get their thoughts. And then TACRO and Michelle's already getting responses back concerning the contract.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something. I thought it was left open.
But we plan an extra meeting, I think. By meeting in November, we're going to have an extra meeting. It will just be one less that we have in the spring.
I don't think, even regardless of the July 1 conversation, I don't think it's a bad idea to go ahead and try to wrap up our list of proposals for Tim, and having this meeting and will help us do that.
We also have the issue that it's going to be a spring legislative session, so getting things wrapped up earlier is not a bad idea in that regard either.
Could we, while we've just scheduled our November meeting, could we go ahead and look at our December meeting and get that on the calendar?
We should do that.
So we're not having a November,
Great idea.
that's like you said we
Having it
scheduled in November, they did October, right?
Oh, it's actually October.
October, I'm sorry.
This will be-
Yeah, I'm so confused.
No, we're skipping November and going to December.
You're right, it's October.
And that's, I guess that's up to the committee. Do we want to have the meeting in November, or do we want to have the meeting the very first part of December? I'm looking at Tim to see how much he.
Well, if we come to pretty good understanding in October of what changes are going to be requested, then we should have, then we come back with the meeting either in November or December with follow-up questions, possible follow-up requests, but we'd have a good idea of what can be done.
If we have the meeting in November, it would probably occur no more than 4 weeks after the meeting we have in October because of Thanksgiving. So would your team have time, if we can find a day, in 4 weeks, or would it be better for your team to have to that first week in December right after Thanksgiving?
Well, I don't know that it makes a big difference because we're not going to get much done between them with Thanksgiving in there.
That is true.
Right?
That's a good point.
So early though, in December.
6th is the first Tuesday of December.
Or the first is the first Thursday.
First is the first
Okay.
Thursday.
Tuesday,
Nope, back to the 6th. How do we look on the 6th?
available?
December 6th? December 6th?
December 6th.
December
Woohoo! Bring Candace a cake.
D-Day.
All right, so we're the 6th. Block it now.
And before we change to the last thing I wanted to mention, we'll kind of assume that probably it's a good idea to have, sorry, for the different app types. The last thing on my list was that the team would like for you all to consider allowing the opening time on the date that we open to be a little later than 12:01 a.m. It allows us to make sure that we have the resource support that we need. I think it just has always been 12:01 because that's when a computer says it's August 1st. But I don't know that there's anything, it gets jumped on at that time, but I think it would get jumped on whenever we opened it. And so we'd like to ask whether you would consider allowing it to open, say, at regular business, say 8 o'clock or thereabouts. We can do some research to make sure that our resources in terms of the actual infrastructure would be not overwhelmed by something else going on at that time. But we even ran into a little issue this year where one of the servers went down and it took us longer to respond than it probably would have taken if it weren't 3 a.m.
So are you saying open the application at 8 a.m.?
Yes. So if you say you're opening on, let's say, August 1st, then it opens at 8 a.m. August 1st instead of 12:01 a.m. August 1st.
I think as long as the equipment can handle the number of students who will be applying at 8 a.m., not having it spread out over the evening, I don't see a problem with that. We know far enough in advance, we all just announce that. That's what we communicate to the students, that application opens at 8 a.m. August 1st.
Okay.
Break your system.
Yeah, we'll do a double check on that just to make sure. Typically that there's nothing going on August 1st that we've had a problem with, so.
You would assume that 12:01 would be a low-use timeline.
Right. And
So what
it
you're worried
spreads
about
out.
is taking that and adding it on top of what the normal is.
Right, 8
at
a.m.,
8.
load testing, whatever else is going on,
Right.
and then you have a huge number of students that hit it right at 8 a.m. that
Right.
morning.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I think that's true. On the other hand, there are a lot of overnight batch processes that do
That is
a
true.
lot of crunching on the mainframe that are put at midnight or after because of that.
That's true,
So
yeah, we do the same thing.
That's the end of my list.
I have a question for the group, and that is how we handle, when we have new ideas coming in or questions or suggestions coming in, what is our process going to be for getting them onto Tim's list? Do we, are all of the questions or suggestions going to end up on the list for the committee as a whole to look at and say yes or no, to look more into? Are we going to have any screening? I have half a dozen that have come in the last, couple of months from a variety of people. And so what is the official approach to getting them on Tim's list?
Well, in the past, we've always screened them through the advisory committee. That would be what, besides having the continuing conversation from today in our November meeting, or October meeting now, then we would also be looking at, and probably need to put out on the listserv, that recommendations or requests for changes need to be submitted to us prior to that next meeting. Then we can make sure we look through those and wrap them up for Tim, with our very last option being on December 6th to hand over the list and say, this is it, unless something else big comes in that we have no choice but to address. That'd be my suggestion.
We've talked about having some kind of a template kind of thing to get relevant information. Is this the kind of information you want? Is that a layout? Are there other things you think we should ask to put together for any suggestion coming in order for you to be able to have a sense of what it entails?
So maybe I missed the answer to your initial question. How does one submit to Tim? Is it just through this meeting? How does things get submitted to us?
Yeah, and that's I think all of us get these things.
Okay.
Yes.
I think what we're trying, at least from my perspective, is trying to streamline it a bit, trying to get the information out to the committee. I think Jane mentioned it earlier, try and get the list out to everyone prior to this meeting, give you an opportunity to review it, and then that way we can have some really intentional conversations here and get things done, especially if we're going to have tighter timeframes, and then if anything arises after that. And also, I think anybody new coming onto the committee, it would create structure and maybe have them more engaged a little bit more so than, because if you were new coming to the committee, it's a little bit intimidating, and I think it's kind of hard, okay, where do I jump in and, trying to determine that kind of, at least that's my perspective, because I think we all do very good things. I just think it's trying to figure out when can I get feedback, and, I think it's always welcome. So I think it's just trying to create structure and part of, not too much structure because you want flexibility, but some guidance.
I think my question though was, how does somebody not on the committee get their things submitted? Or is that
They
what
would
you just
submit it
asked?
to the committee,
But how do you submit to the committee?
to a committee member.
Just an email?
Yeah.
I didn't know if there's a form out there.
We were talking
that I-
about creating one.
We're talking about creating a form.
We're talking about creating a template, and I was picked a proposal.
You want me to use, I can
gonna
change
use-
the TCC.
I was going to use our work
yeah.
request at our office.
We can start with that. Sarah and I have already been talking about that, and we kind of took this as a template and decided to add a couple of questions, so we can obviously do it anyway, but she and I have already been kind of putting together what we would call a draft, but it would be assuming that based on this kind of a thing here,
Yeah.
with adding a couple of informational columns.
Yeah, one is, what is the change that you're requesting? Which apps do they affect? 4-year, 2-year, you got to give people the options, but then you also ask the question on there, what happens if this change is not implemented?
Right.
What are the results? And maybe ask, what do you anticipate the results if it is implemented? What
Expected
if-
outcome.
Yeah.
Some contact information from the person
From that
requesting.
person.
And I think, just to follow up on Ken, I think what you were asking was, the template's fine, but how would someone find the template? Would they have to email a committee member and then get the template, or is it something you can download, or?
We could send it out on the TACRO listserv. But Christine earlier mentioned, and I think it's a good idea, and I'm going to add to it if it wasn't what you were actually suggesting, about having an email account. If we had a generic email account that was just for Applied Texas change requests, so as people don't have to keep up with who's on the committee.
Or just the, have you ever had an email just for the advisory committee board?
Right, like a generic one.
Yeah,
So,
like-
because I get people emailing me quite often that says, who's on the committee? And then I'll say, well, I am, but they don't know. And they don't take the time to go look, because I know they can go look. But this way, if it was generic, it could just always be that account, and then it's something that people just remember over time, that this is the account.
Could you post the form to Apply Texas out there and
Have them download
have them download it?
Yeah.
Are you concerned about who may fill it out? Are we concerned about that?
Put it in the.
I mean, people out, I don't know.
Administrative suite.
No, yeah.
Administrative.
Administrative suite, okay.
So
Yeah.
the questions on there though would ask what institution they're from and what type of institution it is.
And-
I ask because I would like to know when private institutions submit requests, maybe so I can have some interaction with them after it's submitted, just to fully understand it before the next board meeting.
We'd have to look at how you want it, where you want it sent. We might try it and see what kind of response it gets and how overwhelming. If not, would that just need to be forwarded to an email, an email address for the committee, or what?
One of the questions that, in our house, that were asked is the number of applicants or people impacted by the proposed change. And a lot of users won't have any idea what that might be. So that may be a column that we fill in once we receive it. I guess one of the questions I have for the committee is that, would it, I don't respond very well. I'm to being given something and say, what do you think of it? I need advanced time to read through it, think about it, make notes, and figure out if I understand what it says. So I think we may have mentioned this earlier, the idea of getting the list out to you a week or two before the meeting so that you have a chance to give it some thought and think, ooh, I'm really glad someone thought of that, or this would really mess me up. The other thing I'm wondering about, and today's meeting has been exceptional, I think, in terms of interaction of the committee members, but we have had some meetings in the past where there are people who rarely said anything and it was extremely quiet. Wonder if it would be helpful going into our meetings to ask people to say, identify X number of these that you think are really, really things we ought to pursue, or things that we don't think are going to impact so few people it doesn't make sense. Is there any way to get people thinking and making making them reach a judgment, yes or not, I support this, ahead of time? And
Well, with TCC, the priority list is sent out to the members, and there's a column for priority, and it's 1 to 3. How high of
Okay.
importance is this to you?
Okay.
So that at least you would answer on all of them, but a lot of them might be 3s, and you might only have 1.
Okay.
If you want to do it that way.
all right, that would probably be helpful, but to have people think about it enough to make that kind of a judgment. Also, Tim, in my ideal world, there'd be an indication of difficulty, so that we're knowing whether this is something a trivial change or if it's a major one. So we have
That
a
would help,
sense of-
yeah, that would help us a lot. It's difficult to be in the meeting and have to respond right away, especially as we get later in the year. I think it was, anyway, yeah, I think that would help us a
Okay.
lot.
Well,
And I think as long as we're not going to skip over things when we prioritize things individually, and that may just be something that we all do, if we all receive every request and we're prepared when we get here, I don't think we should just skip over things because we think it's our priority. We should bring it to the attention of the committee, but it may be tabled more quickly than
All right, yeah,
something that's-
no,
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we still want to talk about it. And then 3s might become 1. I mean, with the discussion, or ones become 3 and move to the next year. Yeah.
Keep in mind, when you're doing the 1 to 3 priority, that you also have to consider the students impacted.
Sure,
So,
sure.
I mean, you can't just average those and say
It's
we're
just
going
a
to do it
quick-
or not. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a quick glance, like how important is this really high on my list, I guess, for the institution.
Well, I know
Not
with the
necessarily-
Lucian, there's been some issue with, if, when you have a large volume school, then any data error is a big deal. But it's not necessarily a high priority for a small school. So if 20 small schools say, no, it's not that big a deal, and one very large school says it is, I'd hate for the 20 small schools to trump the large school,
Yeah, and I-
necessarily. So,
And I
then
think
with our
maybe
discussion-
instead of just prioritizing, as long as we're all informed and we've
Yeah.
made our own little notes, when we get here, we're ready to talk about it.
Yeah.
And having that information ahead of time gives our chance to talk.
right, and impact.
Yes,
yeah.
absolutely.
So if we come up with a form, and I guess we could run it by Jane and maybe by the committee here, and we agree that this is going to be the form, and we post it on the web, and it can be downloaded, then these requests should go to the committee. So we could, I don't know how we would necessarily enforce that. I mean, we could spend some time building something that would do that, but if we just said, let's say, come up with a new email address, a new email list for people that have everybody on the committee, the person downloads it, they fill it out, and then they would need to, or maybe it's fillable online, and they would need to, then we would want them to send it to you, yes, if possible.
Or a generic email address, not to each one of us individually, but to a generic email address that collects all of them in one place. I like the idea of
Okay.
having one for the committee.
And then a generic email address that would do, who would,
But we would,
Jane has access.
oh,
hi Jane, all in favor?
Well, yeah, and the deal is then somebody would have to download and disseminate that information, so maybe,
Compile it into a list.
yeah.
it can't be one that we would be able to access, to have a mailbox open and see it? Or, I mean, you can make a shareable mailbox like that.
We'd have to look into that,
'Cause
how we would do that.
I mean, yes, I do have another job, but, I mean, I would go in and make a point to check it, I mean, at least, once a week, if we had the ability to do that.
We've also got to make sure, if someone's going to check it, and here's why I mentioned Jane, kind of tongue-in-cheek, but also we all have other jobs. I'm sitting here going, I do not want someone emailing my email box that gets over 200 emails a day, and I will not see it. But if we're going to have people going in there, then we need to have some kind of idea of who's going to answer the email, so we're not all answering the same emails over and over again. That's why I kind of tongue-in-cheek, but it actually sort of meant that Jane, we can look in there, but that we need someone who's going to stay on top of it, who's going to print out everything, who's going to make the list, who's going to respond. It's a lot.
Can we just do one survey and not have an ongoing email, or at one point just get a survey of
You
institutions?
could,
You do
yeah.
that.
You could make a survey, yeah, you could make a survey and,
You could, but it prevents people from being able to, or have a place to submit on a daily basis.
Well, may
An
force
ongoing.
because there is a timeline, so it may force the issue for them to say, okay, by this date, we need recommended changes for the next cycle. Otherwise, we have to wait, because if you get something in June, it's great, but,
Yeah, the idea is you save it.
yeah.
You
Or
save it for the
save
next
it, or
cycle.
just collect it.
Yeah.
Because people may not have, if you send out a survey, I may not have a change I need today.
Right.
But something
Yeah.
may change. Actually, for me, it might change in March, and then I go ahead and I'm able to submit it, knowing that I've missed the deadline. It'll be considered for the next year.
Next year.
Yeah.
well, and you could use a survey tool online as opposed to sending it out too.
Collect, and it all collects it.
from,
and then-
yeah.
And I mean, yeah, and the members here would, are gonna fall off and new ones are gonna come on. And so if one person does, I mean, if you're willing to do that and be the person,
I don't have any sense of how many it's going to entail.
right.
We can give it a shot.
Yeah,
And then you would, so it would,
If you see me screaming, then we may
Okay,
have to back off
okay.
and do something else.
fair enough.
I think the idea of a central location's a good idea.
Yeah.
And what we need to do now that we have dates for the meetings is back up and say, we need it done by this, and we need this done by that, so that if it comes in after that date, it's gonna be for the next meeting, that kind of deal. So, if these are going to be reviewed in my office by people other than me before the meetings, that could impact how far ahead of time also. So, let's see, our next meeting is October 21.
yep.
And I don't know if your office has to review them before the meeting, but at least pull them and put together a list.
And just, yeah.
I'm not saying they have to go through a review process with them, but someone has to be able to get them out and into a list and out to everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what I need to figure out and find out is from
Yeah, yeah, the only issue I have with that is I would, and this is the reason I asked the question earlier, I would prefer the committee at least know everything that was responded. I'm afraid if this review happens, then we'll never know what was actually sent.
Yeah, and I think it goes along with how we're currently doing it. If someone just stopped me in the hallway and said, hey, I have this idea, I would bring it to the committee at that point. It wouldn't go through the review process first.
Right.
I think
Yeah,
the
it would be
only
good
one
if they want to do the review process and they say, this was one that was submitted and we have a concern about this, or we think this may be legislatively a problem. That's different, but if it ends up being, there are going to be some of them that will not be submitted to the committee because it was marked out ahead of time, I think that's a problem.
It's taking away what this committee is for.
Yeah, and then we can't answer our constituents when someone writes me and says, hey, I submitted this, why didn't you talk about it? And my response is, I had no idea.
If we have items that were sent to us before this meeting, do you want to hear them now, or do you want to wait?
we hear them?
Okay, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, these are, okay. One of them, an institution asked about getting an indication of the other institutions applied to, by students applying to their school. I think it may be functional for freshmen. They were asking about it for a transfer app. They're looking at competition. They're looking at where their students are also applying.
I don't think you can do
You
that.
can't do that.
now.
Yeah.
No, that's no.
We have a, yeah.
Just no.
That's what I was thinking.
Just so you know.
They can look in the clearinghouse to see prior admission, or prior
Well,
enrollment.
they could
but,
ask
you
that
know,
as a custom
and then they could
question
ask
if
that
that's really what they want,
and
and
just
then
have
the student can.
self-reported information from them.
Self-report, yeah,
Yeah.
but.
Makes students mad when you ask them, but please go ahead and ask.
The possibility of adding a question to have students self-identify if they're in foster care.
Because of the waiver?
Yeah.
Because of the waiver, because of housing requirement or options, because of services that they could use.
I did get that question. Is there a legal ramification to that?
Well, it would have to be an optional question. You can't force anyone to. It's having a military person identify him or herself. There are benefits available for persons who are currently or have been in foster care.
But don't they fill that out on the FAFSA? Don't they already have that same question that we don't need to repeat questions that are on the FAFSA that financial aid is taking care of?
Well, we're not talking, are you
It's for the
saying that your
waiver.
financial aid office handles waivers?
Yes.
Okay, that's not true at all schools.
Okay.
And so having it on the admission application where it could be sent to whatever office works with those.
But the FAFSA, the student would have to fill out the FAFSA, correct, to qualify for the
Yes.
the help available?
No,
Then,
they don't have to do that in order to get free tuition and fees at a state institution.
Yeah, ours goes through our bursar's office. They would just contact them. It's student started. I mean, they would have to go in and
student initiated.
initiate. Sorry.
Yeah, but it's not based on need in any way. At least, there are several types of benefits, but one of them
I got
does not. So I wear a couple of hats, one of which is being the coordinating board liaison for foster care. So I like the idea of doing this, and this was raised by other organizations that work with foster care students. So that was one of the questions. One institution said that when its students come in to enter or select their application, the fact that the drop-down list of application options list every type of application in Apply Texas, it causes the student to think that there are some applications that they could consider that are not offered at that school. So they would like to have that drop-down box be specific for what they have at that school.
But don't you choose your school after that? You know, Apply Texas, don't you choose your school after you, don't you
Yes.
choose your school after you choose the type of application?
I thought so.
I'd have to go all the way back to the beginning.
No, you do.
Yeah, do you? It's like I'd have to go back, I was filling out the application, I have to go back to the beginning and look again.
No, because it gives you the list, and I know if you choose 2-year, it gives you the 2-year scores
Right,
after that.
right. The first
If
thing you do is
a
choose.
four-year institution, is that when you get the master list of all the four-year apps? And it's
no, it
not-
asks you for the school.
They ask you for the school, and then their apps are after that, I thought.
Okay, but even if you ask for the school, then, okay, so they ask for the school next, and then the apps drop down? Okay. If the drop-down box includes applications that that school does not offer, then they were asking whether that could be customized. And then we had one other request for a re-enrollment application.
Yeah, I've heard that one. I've had that requested before.
And that could perhaps be handled through a question that would, some kind of a module that would
How is re-enrollment different from readmission?
What was that again?
It's readmission.
Re-enrollment.
Oh,
It's like a readmission.
Readmission.
We already have that, don't we?
We have a
We have
readmission.
readmissions application out there.
we do have a readmit.
I don't know if it's the same as readmit.
for 2 years.
Say a former student, or it could say readmission.
Actually, this was a university that asked about it.
We have a readmit
You can
app.
you can send them the link.
I
the
think the
transfer
last one had to do with
On the
the,
transfer side, it's readmission, former student.
yeah, the MSAD option for community colleges,
Unfortunately.
spelling out.
Oh,
the
so we
name.
could, I just thought we could go back to the readmission application, and right now we've been asked not to look at any new applications, so there's the answer to that one.
But it's
Regardless of whether we
there.
have it or not.
Yeah.
Right, but if there's some way, if there's some information that they would
Yeah.
collect by that they can't collect in our regular application, is there some way to add a module, so if you indicate you're a re-enrolling student, you only in that case would you have these couple of extra questions to answer? I assume that's where it comes down.
They're actually,
lists
they
it
actually
with
get
our
less
statistics.
questions.
Does it have everything? It has.
Well, then maybe that's the other
Everything.
thing,
There's
to
no
have
way.
these other things, if
Probably
you
not.
said you're real enrollment, that these other questions go away and they don't have to answer.
It's the same thing. But there's the
Okay.
readmit.
Yeah,
There is a readmit right there.
Yeah.
There is.
yeah.
Already a
That doesn't go away.
readmit app.
I'll point it to them and see if they are aware of it. And then the last one was having to do with,
The multidisciplinary studies associate degree, there was a question that was posed if it was necessary to have the complete title in the dropdown to appear next to the major, if it should be designated differently with an asterisk next to it rather than having the complete title.
and we heard.
The designated
Yeah.
major have an
Tim,
asterisk
Did y'all
next.
receive any questions about that?
We had a couple of, the change was made from putting MSAD after the title to the multidisciplinary studies associate degree in, and we had a couple complaints come into the admin help desk about that
Okay.
it messed with their description, either making it really, really long, or
It's 4-year.
you're suggesting a certain kind of grammar there by doing that, and they were not describing their majors in a way that made it sound good or look good.
Did you have a sense that there was a need to change it, or is it just,
Well, I
wish
mean,
it
I
weren't that way, but we'll
think-
live with it?
Are you asking me? You're asking me? I don't know that we got any negative response when we did it the original way we did it, which was to explain in the paragraph what it was, and that you find it by looking at the MSN. Now, assuming people read that, that putting it at the end made it stand out nicely. That was our original charge, and we didn't have it up there for a real long time, but we didn't get any emails that I know of to say, I don't understand how to do this, I don't like it, or.
I think the intent behind spelling it out is just to give the students, encourage the students to pay attention to it, to read it, and consider that as an alternative, in the way it's working in your list. You could have multidisciplinary studies, associate's degree in biology, and then have a regular biology course. And so, because they're alphabetized by the course, not by the multidisciplinary, then you can say, oh my gosh, yeah, I've got two different choices. If I'm planning to go on to a four-year college, let's go for the MSAD one. So, and that, I know it could be done with initials also, but that long name is hoped to catch the eye of the student and have them pay a little more attention to it.
I think there are a significant number of schools who don't alphabetize that way. They divide up the majors in different ways. I mean, they can do whatever they want. Yours is in colleges.
But within the college, is it alphabetical?
Yeah, I think it's still alphabetical.
Yes.
Actually, we may have changed it out of colleges here recently, but it used to be in colleges. I think now we went with alphabetical because people didn't know what colleges to look under.
Yeah, ours is all alphabetical. I have a recommendation.
Oh, before you start a new one, let me ask Jane a question. Actually, on the recommendation that was about taking off the application types that weren't available,
So I went back into the application, and the two-year application only has one. So when you go into two-year, you only get the one choice. So I'm thinking it's four-year. And I do see what they're talking about. It's a list, and the list doesn't seem to change no matter which four-year school I choose. But I also am not sure what they want to take out of the list.
I think what they indicated is that students will attempt to click on something that is not offered by the school.
Just wonder what they're saying isn't offered. It has freshman, U.S. International, transfer U.S. International, transient, readmit, graduate international, graduate U.S.
And that, I think, is controlled by whether we make that app available or not. So if the university makes it available, they're saying they have it. If it's in the list, the school has indicated they will accept that.
Yeah, I
This
think,
is,
At that level in the
well, this
application?
is, this is the list I'm seeing without even choosing an application. And then as I went, I mean, choosing a target university.
Right.
Oh,
When I
okay.
chose the target university, this list didn't seem to change. I chose several different ones and several different types of four-year schools, and the list never changed. It still gave me the same list of,
it's on the same page, so it doesn't know what school you're choosing, so it puts up all the app types. So that the point is valid that I guess people can, although I think it still would, I guess people can apply with the wrong app. Is that kind of what's happening?
I'm not sure what they're,
okay, so now I went back in, listening to what Tim said. I went back in and chose a university as my target university and chose an application type I thought they might not have, which was graduate international. When I
Says they
hit
don't,
continue,
yeah.
it says this university currently doesn't have any semesters open for this type of application.
Right. So it stops you there because of the deadlines and the opening dates,
Okay.
which are app-specific. So you're right, they could change the wrong, they could choose a wrong one, or one that doesn't exist. They could still choose a wrong one if they were both open, but we can't stop them from doing that.
Right.
But if they chose one that's not open, they're told it's not open, and obviously they don't have that app, it's not open.
Right, I guess, and that's the message is always the same, that even if they don't offer that application type, the message would just say it's not open at this time.
Yeah, I think so.
So could part of the solution maybe be to add some additional wording in, or add any additional text? Would it be possible to differentiate whether or not they really have one or not, a specific application type?
If it's not open, or does it not exist?
David, does that
Or
make
if it
sense?
doesn't exist? Okay.
Right.
okay.
Is that the same, no matter what the type is? That problem that you just, does it matter between international, freshman, grad? I think
They have the same
the
options,
issue was, the issue was that some schools don't offer grad apps, and so they don't, they get something that the student thinks maybe later there'll be one, and there isn't ever.
And I think we've all also seen students who think they need a grad app because they graduated high school.
We're
So
seeing
that
more
could be
and more
some
and
of the
more of
confusion
that.
as well.
I think we did add some text about that, didn't we? About what grad apps, who should be applying to grad apps. I know we talked about that last time anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Michelle, go ahead.
That's okay. I'm wondering if we can make high school graduation date required on the four-year app, at the very least, the four-year app, freshman app.
Is what, optional?
Right now, there are circumstances where a student can fill it out and not answer it, and it's a problem for us.
Hi, this is Connie. We would prefer that it be like that on the two-year too, or at least in my thinking, because we have issues with that on our own application as well. And the other thing we have an issue with is allowing them to enter dates that are way out in the future. We let them enter until a specific point, but there are some dates we know are definitely just typos, and so we don't we finally stopped it from them being able to enter that.
That was my subsequent question, was then could we validate that date to some degree? However, how you do that, whether you put a range or you base it off their birth date somehow, or, but if it could have a little bit of validation, it would be helpful.
We do have some, David, do you remember what's required in that section on school? I know I've been hit by a couple of. Yeah.
It has to do with the GED.
Oh. Yes.
Well, but the thing is, the GED is a graduation. And so
Maybe that needs to be
that,
clarified.
I mean, we think that students will understand that and will put that date in. We think there will be far fewer on a 4-year app who would miss that. And I still think that something is happening. If a student goes and answers, it seems, I can't figure it out, but it seems like if they go and answer the GED question, even if, like, just to say no, that it somehow is wiping out the grad date.
Yeah, there's some trickiness with the GED because they're not actually supposed to answer it if they
Right.
if they don't it says if you did not graduate from high school, so there's no high school graduation date, do you have a GED? And if you say yes, then it asks you for the date. If you say no, it means you did not graduate from high school and you don't have a GED. There's also a third button, though, that says not applicable. And I think the no, sometimes they say no there when they're not supposed to answer it. It's
Right.
another one of those questions
Right.
where they answer because they think they're supposed to answer everything. That's something we can look at. But I know we've had issues before with trying to get that GED question and the way it's answered to work right in the audits with everything else.
Outside the GED, doesn't the grad date, isn't it required?
Yes.
So the only time that it's not,
Or the homeschool, right?
which comes first, the GED question or the high school grade?
High school graduation.
So if they filled it out, the high school grad date, and then also said yes to GED, where would it would default somewhere?
Probably an error.
It's an error? Okay.
And what about homeschool? Is there a question of when did you complete your homeschool program? Or does that person have to take the GED?
You don't homeschool, because I just filled it out for A&M as a homeschool student, and it did not stop me when I left graduation date blank. But when I didn't click yes on homeschool, it stopped me and made me go back and put it in.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a real problem for us to get blanks for high school graduation date and have to go back and fill those in manually. A homeschool student ought to be able to tell you a graduation date. And a GED student, I mean, I would still require it. I would err on that side than the other, because there are far fewer of those than there are kids whose dates are getting wiped out because they answer that question inappropriately.
Can you use, instead of using graduation date, potentially on the label, use graduation / completion? Completion date or something?
We've talked about this, guys. I tried to find it in the notes. I think, so what are you requesting? You're requesting that if they answer no or yes to GED, that they still have to put in a date there? Because that's what we requested. We requested that the high school date was, grad date was not required if they had a GED.
They have a GED, they are asked for a completed date.
Right.
Yeah, and that's,
Right.
In a different field.
field,
In a
yeah,
and
different
that's,
field.
that's fine.
Oh.
But the problem is, when they are answering no to that question, to GED question, it's wiping out the high school grad date or not requiring it.
So they
from a
shouldn't be,
student.
they shouldn't be answering it at all, and they're answering it incorrectly.
They're answering it incorrectly, yes. So for anyone who doesn't say yes to the GED, you should require a high school transcript, or a high school graduation date. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's,
So-
that
so they
only a
should-
yes to a GED gives you the option to not fill out the high school grad date.
I think that's how we,
Okay.
Well, right now,
I think that's how
homeschool,
we interpreted it.
now, homeschool, you can skip graduation date too right now.
Yep, and I don't
Yes.
want them to.
For homeschool, you can skip it, but for, and GED, you can skip it, but when I tried to put in a regular high school and tried to skip it, it made me go back.
Did you enter homeschool as the school on?
The name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I didn't do that. Let me see if that happens.
And on the 2-year, I'm going to disagree with Connie. I would not want a graduation date just for individual approval or other students that we're approving without, or just high school completers.
I agree with Nick.
That is true for the individual admits, but they
Yes.
definitely won't have that.
But I won't have that all the time.
Yeah, so then you're gonna,
Later.
yeah, that's a message.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what did you say? For individual approval, those that haven't graduated or completed their GED, 2-year institutions can still
Right,
admit
right,
on an
right.
individual approval basis. And that may be why some of the, since this is a common question, that may be why it's impacting the universities now, because it's set up exactly the same, potentially.
With homeschool in as the high school name and yes to the answer of homeschool with the expected graduation date of blank, it let me continue.
common question is, okay.
I'm making an assumption in that, but I would assume that's why I would think the coding is the same, but that would, 2-year institutions can't require.
Right.
Right.
You need to be able to allow someone to apply who doesn't have a, didn't graduate and doesn't have a GED.
Because we will admit them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do I need to summarize my proposal again?
Please.
Would be helpful.
My proposal is that the high school graduation date be required unless a student answers yes to the GED and provides a GED completion date
On the 4-year.
on the four-year
freshman app.
freshman app.
Gotcha.
And what about homeschool?
It would be, high school graduation date would be required.
Of
The
homeschool.
only exception is the GED, yeah.
Okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
that's my proposal.
So that assumes, right, that no one's going to get into a 4-year school who hasn't graduated high school and has no GED.
Correct.
Okay. They wouldn't get past this page.
Are you going to want to change the verbiage to that? Because they'll be confused as to, oh, well, I haven't graduated yet. So do you want to say high school grad date?
It
or-
already
or
says expected,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
It already has it.
Okay. That's right.
Yeah, I don't think any of the verbiage needs to change. I just think the functionality of it
Okay.
needs to change a little.
Does homeschoolers believe that they graduate?
Yes, they do.
They do? Okay.
Top of their class.
Yeah, number one. Yeah.
And then if you don't admit them, they graduate the next year.
Have a follow-up email or something to make sure we understand what you're saying, but it sounds like.
Okay, is there any other items, I'm just going to go ahead and say this, for item I, or are we okay to move on? Everyone okay?
Oh, I know, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Tim, did you skip number 7? Did you want to talk? Okay. I didn't know if you wanted
Yes, I
to.
believe, I think that, Just skipped. Number 7, Jane.
It's been tabled.
Yes.
for the-
It's been
Okay.
tabled, yeah.
On item J, I think.
Sorry, can we go back to I? I had a question, we had a question on the parent information, if there was any way we could not request it if a student was a freshman and 25 years of age or something like that. We do have several non-traditional students, and they're like, do I really have to answer this question?
Which question, again? I'm sorry.
The parent information, but we wanted, we'd
Are you
like to
talking
have.
about in residency or what?
No, the parent,
Education background.
no, just the parent information, the name and address and email and everything.
Just the
for
general parent information. So you would have it for the institution, but you would want it not required on certain conditions? Is that?
Yes, and I don't know if we can do like an age. We do, and we do have the situation too. Sheila just said there is some students that have nothing to do with their parents and don't want to supply it, even when they're 18 or in high school.
I think the institution decides, yeah.
Parents' education?
Parent information, parental information.
I don't remember filling out any parent information when I was doing this earlier, but it did make me go back and tell them their education level. Because I skipped that, and it made me go back and do it. Never write anything about my parents in here.
If they're wanting to leave out parental information across the board,
Emergency contact.
then the residency part gets flaky.
Sheila, do you remember where the parent information is? Maybe I didn't get that far.
It's probably not required for the application.
On the second
I don't
page.
have it open, I'm sorry.
Family and-
Does A&M use that?
This particular person was abandoned by her parents.
I mean, I'm
and
trying to
was
find it on the
homeless and
application.
Doesn't have any.
Second page,
but Me. only
No, you're at A&M.
Oh, am I in A&M again?
You're in A&M still.
Oh, I'm in A&M.
A&M doesn't require that.
So you don't require parental information? Interesting. Okay.
It's, yeah,
So that's up to the institution then?
right.
Yes,
But I think
Okay.
it may be required if you opt in.
yes, it is required if you opt in.
And what I said about residency might not be true in the case of that, if they're abandoned or emancipated or whatever, so that my comment
Well,
is disregarded.
that would correlate with your other question, the foster homeless. If they selected yes to that, then they don't have to fill out parent information? Would that correlate?
Oh, you're talking about the residency part?
About adding the.
Adding.
No, the one you had earlier, the suggestion about adding a
Oh, the
waiver.
foster- I'm sorry, ask your question again.
We'll revisit whenever we
Okay,
decide whether
sorry.
or not we're going to add that, sorry.
The gray matter is now getting very fuzzy.
And then the only other thing I had was we are seeing a problem with the students filling out telephone numbers. We're getting a lot of students that are doing their area code in the phone country code section of it. We were just wondering if anybody else is having that issue.
Enough people are having that issue that it's one of the things that we're already looking at.
Okay, awesome.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and go to item J, the identification of work groups, their changes and selections of their chairs. Because we've done really, really good work today, I think we're going to table this until next time, but what we would like to propose for you to do, since we'll be meeting in October, is start thinking about what committees you feel like would benefit our committee as far as creating subcommittees and the organization, and how it would impact not only your institution, but maybe those that you partner with, if you're universities, if you partner with community colleges and vice versa, and just really start thinking about ones that you know we've had in the past, maybe we need to revisit and bring those back. But I would like you to plan on bringing those back to our October meeting, rather than us getting even
Just to go along,
further in the gray.
go along with what Jane's wanting us to do, can we have those ahead of time for people that can't make them to try to pick which committees they would want to be on?
If we're going to compile that list at the meeting,
Unless there's ones that you know right now that we could quickly go through, maybe right after the meeting, we can make sure that, because something I know that we've done, I feel like we've done subcommittees, several, or whatever we're called, work groups, several different ways. We've had chairs be responsible for at least assisting, with the subcommittees being involved in that part and making sure that we're communicating that information. So maybe we could make sure that we're sending that out directly right after the meeting to all of the Applied Texas Committee that isn't able to be here. Perhaps. That way, if you're not able to attend the 21st, you can sign up.
I was going to say, probably something we need to consider is who's going to do follow-up. If somebody submits a request, is there going to be a follow-up to that person on why this committee chose to move forward or declined their request? I think we need to discuss that too.
Thank you. So those are the sorts of things that not only the committee work groups, I'm going to not use committee, the work groups that we're wanting to create, but also types of structure and different things, the responsibilities. I think if you have an idea such as that, I think that would be good to bring forward, and that way we can create some real loose guidelines on, that way we're moving forward with that as well. Anybody have any questions? Does that sound okay? Okay. Okay, so our next meeting is going to be October the 21st. And as far as sending out items, I think Jane will work with Jane and make sure that those are out to everyone as far as prior to the meeting. As far as the things that we need to review in regard to Tim's list and different things like that we've discussed today. Does anybody have any other questions or concerns? Okay. Jane, are you?
motion for adjournment.
Okay. A motion for adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay. All right. Well, I hope everybody has safe travels home. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Bye.
Take care, everybody.
Oh, I'm sorry. I messed up. I forgot one quick announcement. If you haven't actually submitted the cost of attending the cost assessment, if you can try and get that to Jane just as soon as you can, as far as traveling to the meeting.